I think maybe you got 10 seconds before copyright starts showing up.
We are live streaming from PCA 2025 in New Orleans, Louisiana. Nala, the ghost town. The Big Easy. So the irony, you probably picked up on it. Bill Withers, all credit to Bill Withers. Thank you, Bill Withers. This is Lovely Day, which is a great way to start out for day 2 of PCA. We'll stop that. The irony is Lovely Cigars. Mike and Keith are here. This is like a time capsule, you guys.
Yeah.
3 years ago.
Absolutely.
3 years.
Yeah, we started out meeting you at the bar 3 years ago, and here we are today.
Yeah, if you guys talk, they won't notice I'm putting my hearing aids back in. Yeah.
They'll edit that part out.
And every year at PCA, sitting down with you and I mean, just catching up with you and the team is cool. That's like good enough for us. But like, we know coming to PCA is like Boveda is making like a history timeline. You're like scrapbooking for us of our business over as we came to our first PCA, just really wet behind the ears and like, why couldn't we start a cigar company? Huh? I mean, that's not impossible, isn't it? To second year being like, oh my gosh, this is really, and then and we see our business starting to boil over now. You guys have captured that for us, and we are, my family and my community at Green Bay, my smoking community in Green Bay. I can't say thank you enough.
Cool. Well, we're grateful that we even get a chance to tell this story. You remember how surprised I was when you told me that there was a cigar company or in Green Bay, and then you started giving all this history about the guys on the merchant ships, and I had no idea.
Well, nobody does. It's just lost to history. It's one of those things that people don't talk about anymore. So it's fascinating. It's interesting. It is part of history that I find it fascinating.
I mean, I hope that we as we continue through the years, that when people remember that story and retell that story, that eventually we're going to be a part of that story, a part of that history that's been going on for 125 years. Like we're going to be in that, in that conversation.
Yeah, it is a cool story. And you guys are lovely guys to talk to. And this is a lovely cigar, by the way.
Oh, we're nicely groomed gentlemen. I'll give you that.
Right on. Thank you. So I can imagine years hence, they wheel me into the set, and you guys come in with your walkers, and we're all talking,
it's really grayed out.
Totally grayed out.
Our booth might be a little bit bigger. Well, maybe we'll get the 2 tables at that point.
Maybe
It'll be an L-shaped 2 tables.
How did year 2 to year 3? How have things changed? What's new? You have an update.
Yes. So we have last year we debuted our Bay City, which you're smoking right there, our Maduro and our Connecticut. This year we expanded that line to our Robusto Gordo on both blends. So we expanded that out. We also recently, we're in 65 shops across the country, which is
growing daily.
Growing daily.
Yeah.
But it's still not everywhere. So we actually launched online, lovelycigars.com. People can buy direct now, which is great. We still want people to go to brick and mortars. That's where our heart is, but we can't touch all those brick and mortars all at the same time. We're still growing. So it's something that, the public can access directly now.
Yeah, that was, I would say year 2 to year 3, what we learned. We're a small business, and like any small business, what they say in business school, but if a small business can make it through 3 years, they're gonna probably make it.
It's heroic to get through that beginning time. It's brutal.
Yeah. So that when the term sophomore slump, that I have lived the sophomore slump for a year, and not necessarily slump in sales, but just slump in morale, slump in, oh my gosh, I didn't know, like
emotionally.
I just did my taxes yesterday, and I don't get it.
Just the reality.
My accountant's like, well, Lovely Cigars did this, so this is. I'm like, I don't understand. So it's that type of thing. The second year stuff that you didn't anticipate when you had a dream sitting on a picnic table smoking a cigar in your backyard, you know, that now it's coming to fruition. So it was growing pains, I would say. Year 2 to 3 for me was growing pains, and we had to build infrastructure better. A big thing, we now have a fulfillment center in Arizona that when you place your order, 48 hours later, they're fulfilling that order, they're billing you, they're taking care of that aspect, and it's on the way to the shop. You know, where year 1, we were, me, Mike, and Dylan were fulfilling the orders.
Right.
Like, oh, an order came in.
It's great.
Can you go to the office and box it up today after work? Yeah. I guess I have to. Right.
It's exciting for us to just see it back here. I mean, I remember the earnestness, I had just turned around after asking someone, that guy looks familiar. Who is it? And somebody goes, it's Carlito. And I'm like, oh my God, he looks great. He had just gone through this wonderful transformation where he really started getting healthy. And I had just made that connection. I turned around, you guys were there, and we just struck up a conversation. I don't remember exactly how it happened, but my attitude about it is this is like being in the crowd in a small venue and doing a bootleg recording of somebody on stage thinking
maybe
someday Ken Wackelsberger might be huge.
Yeah.
Right. And it never really works out. But for us to chronicle what's going on with Lovely, it's a time capsule. It's an opportunity to see you back here and doing it in 65 shops now. And I don't know if you were in 10 shops when you first came.
When we first came, I think we might have had we came to PCA the year before just as networking, checking it out, and we sold a few. We sold ideas. We sold ideas to about 5 or 6 people prior to coming, and then we had a handful of shops that we got before we came here. But we weren't double digits. We were not in double digits. No.
And I remember when we started the business, we were like, if we can get to 10 shops, that we did it.
Yeah.
We did it. You know, that when the first one came in, the second one came in, I remember we were like, we're 8 shops, man. I feel like we're going to get 10. Our plan was like the first 6 months, we get 10 shops. And it was like 60 days in, we're like, I think we're going to do this. Yeah. Right.
It's so adorable that your energy has just gone so downhill. You've lost such an edge since we met.
I'll tell you, Drew, talked to me 6 months ago, and that was a real thing. I was talking with these guys. I'm like, I don't know if I can do this anymore.
That's okay. You just keep swinging for the fences. The guys will hold you up.
The best compliment I personally have received, it was at the event party on the opening night, and a really respected person in our community who owns a very respected business.
You can say it out loud.
Goes, you guys are still here.
You can drop names on this show.
And he goes, and not everyone can say that. And I remembered you 2 years ago, and you're still here.
Yeah, and there were people that didn't think the Packers were going to work out when they first got going.
Yeah, absolutely.
And look at them now.
Yeah. Well, I can say that PCA has really been a springboard for us, though, as far as getting us in front of retailers, getting out there, you guys, all the other media. This has been huge for us as an organization. So any company that doesn't come here really should, because this is where you meet everybody. Yeah.
Well, remember us when you get huge.
Absolutely.
You start shipping boxes into those arid climates, you're going to have to put packs in the box.
Yes, sir. I don't know who else we'd go to.
Yeah, I don't either.
Is there another company?
I honestly,
there's a bunch of people trying to do
off
it.
the top of my head, I don't know any names.
It's just different.
Yeah.
There's a lot of you could put a wet sock in the box. I mean, come on. But precise, two-way humidity, reliable. Yeah, it's hard to come by. Yeah, we're blessed to have the technology, and there's a lot of stories. You look around, our whole game is about. I mean, we make small bags of water that end up protecting other people's passions, and part of our place in the industry is we tell stories. Mm-hmm. And telling your story is a privilege. We'll keep telling it. It's
thank you.
Year 3, episode 3 of Lovely Cigars. Look forward to episode 4. Stay healthy.
Thank you.
Stay enthusiastic. Don't worry about getting down about it once in a while. It's hard to start a business.
Thank you.
It is.
Thank you, sir.
It's not an easy thing.
It's damn hard.
It is.
Yeah, but as long as you're loving it and you're laughing and you're having a good time, and this is a really good place to be.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Proud of you guys for what you're doing. Way to go. And thank you
you.
for this. Lovely Cigars. How do I find them?
LovelyCigars.com.
Gee, that's
LovelyCigars.com.
catchy.
LovelyCigars.com. If we
Lovely
say
Cigars.
we say go to a brick and mortar if you can, because support brick and mortar. But if it's just not possible for you to do that, LovelyCigars.com will ship right direct to you.
Mm-hmm. These are spectacular. I mean, it's what really surprises me is you'd expect the oldest cigar brand in the house to have the best cigar and the newest guy to have mediocre cigars. It's not the case. I mean, there's so many lovely sticks out there that are from newcomers, boutique labels. It's
Thank you.
got to try them all. That's my attitude. I just want to try them.
I like to tell people that it wasn't accidental.
Yeah.
You know, we knew what we wanted.
We did plan it. So
Yeah.
that's Ecuadorian, Connecticut, Sumatran binder, all Nicaraguan fillers. It's the same as our base city Maduro. The only difference is the wrapper that has the San Andreas Maduro, and that has the Ecuadorian, Connecticut. So it really shows that drastic difference.
This is a
the
great
same
way for me to
innards.
start my
Same
day.
innards.
Yeah.
Same innards, just different outsides.
Yeah,
You know?
I like it. I like it. Love Mike and Keith from Lovely Cigars. Year 3 is in the books. Episode 4 coming soon. Next year, New Orleans. Hope to see you next year.
Promise.
Oh, yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, way to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're live streaming on day 2 at PCA New Orleans, and we have the privilege of welcoming our friends from La Aurora, and it's Willie Morante and
Elvis Batista.
Elvis.
Yes.
Elvis?
Yeah.
Elvis. I love the name.
Like I said, it's a very popular name in the Caribbean. People always believe it's because of Elvis Presley, and it's basically a very, very popular name in the Caribbean.
Yeah, so I'm from Minnesota, and we don't have any. We have like one Elvis, and he's seasonal. Willie, tell me what's going on and what you're excited about. We have a beautiful box. I'm going to try this cigar. What am I trying?
So you're trying our new release here, which is the introduction that we're introducing this year at PCA 2025. It's the Family Cream Fuerte del Sol by Aurora Cigars. You have a nice Mexican San Andreas cigar with a Nicaraguan binder and a filler that consists of Nicaraguan, Pennsylvania, and Dominican in a nice box press. The only box press Vitola in our portfolio right now. So people have been asking for a box press from us, and here we are delivering what the people want. So on top of that, we also have something special that we call Golden Juice, which Elvis is going to get into, which is our 1903 rum. So we're actually a 3-tier system company in the DR where coffee, rum, and cigars. Here in the United States, obviously it's cigars, and now we're introducing the rum. Elvis is one of the brand managers for the rum, so he's going to speak a little bit about the rum.
Well, talk about the rum because it's like 9. It's after 9 in the morning.
It's
5 p.m. It's 5 p.m. in Madrid.
Okay, in Madrid.
There you go.
So yeah, this rum is our idea with this rum. It started as we wanted to make the perfect pairing for our cigars or cigars in general. That was the main idea from Guillermo, to make a perfect pairing, and of course, being Dominican, rum was the thing to do. And it started with a 1/10th anniversary, which is another presentation we don't have right now here. Many people are familiar with that one because it's been in the market for quite a bit in Dominican Republic, and for the last couple of years been in the U.S. Distribution is a very hard thing here in the U.S., but we keep pushing, trying to open new states with their liquor laws and that whole ordeal. And now we're launching the 1903. It's very, very popular and hot right now in Dominican Republic. This is what we call, it's the long road to making a rum. Every fork on the road, we took the longer route. This is a sugar cane juice rum versus a molasses, which is 90% of the market.
Right.
This specific one is a 4-column distill, which is the longer route because the other one is a pot still. And then, of course, this one has no additives to it. It's only sugar cane juice, yeast, and the most expensive part of that whole process, of course, is patience. We have to wait 8 years to have this ready, 6.5 years in extra or heavier charred ex-bourbon barrels. And then we do an 18 months process to finish it off in Sherry Oloroso cask, which gives an amazing taste.
So if you're a cigar lover and a rum lover, where would you go to find more information about the tradition that's being built around this bottle?
Right now, the best place to go is we have one handle on Instagram, which is Ron, R-O-N, E Leon Jimenez. So E for Eduardo, Leon Jimenez with an S at the end. So that's the best handle right now on Instagram. There we have the website is connected to there on the bio. Again, roneleonjimenez.com is going to be that website. And we will keep updating through either Instagram or the page new states that get available. Right now, we are ready and able to sell in Florida, Nevada, California, Chicago within the next week, and New York and New Jersey after June 1st. But of course, we have all sorts of states in the mix trying to get them open to
That's
legal
a great
parts.
start for a launch.
And we have PF importers here in New Orleans.
Yes,
active
of course.
as
Thank you, Willie. Thank you.
Awesome. This is lovely.
Yes.
Man, this tastes delicious. That's
So as you know, La Aurora is one of the oldest, or the oldest factory in the Dominican Republic, making cigars since 1903, celebrating 122 years this year. And this right here is very special to us. We're calling it Family Creed because it'll be a different series of cigars over the next few years. And it takes from the Family Creed itself, that's the bylaws and the foundation for every employee in the factory and all of us here in the United States. Obviously, when you think of La Aurora, you think passion, knowledge, and a drive for excellence.
I have a funny story about La Aurora. Your head guy
Guillermo. If anybody,
We were
anybody knows him.
talking. I'm having a conversation with him in an elevator at PCA either 2 years ago or 3 years ago, whatever it was. And I have no idea who he is. I don't. He doesn't have his badge on. We're having a chat, and then we part, and somebody goes, "Oh, that's amazing!" And I'm like, "What are you talking?" I mean, just a humble, direct, decent guy. No, you wouldn't know that he's.
You wouldn't know who he is or anything like
Wouldn't
that.
have any
and,
idea.
And he won't tell you.
No, which I love. And we've talked yesterday with a number of people about the what's the buzzword for 2025 PCA, and it's really come down to connection, people connecting with family, people connecting with friends. This community is like family.
I think you've seen it with stuff that has happened in the last month or so, how the community came together for like AJ. You know, he went down, and here comes all the brothers and sisters stepping up and helping him get back on your feet. And me and him always laugh about this. I mean, this industry is literally just a giant competition on the streets with your friends and family and stuff like that, you know? So it is a family. And obviously, just like La Aurora, it starts with Guillermo and the tradition that family has had for 5 generations, now going into 6 with their daughters involved in the business. And it comes over to here with us, United States. You know, we're a giant family when you think about La Aurora USA, from the sales reps to upper management and everything. It starts and ends with family, and we push them and they push us, and this is what you're smoking here. It's a direct that. You know, they wanted us to push the needle with them, and we pushed the needle, and this is what we have.
This is fantastic.
This is a long time coming. It was almost a year and a half worth of work
like 18
since
months.
we established La Aurora USA. Obviously, it's always, you know, we made this cigar in the Dominican, we're going to release it in the United States, or this cigar is successful in Europe, and then let's see what it does in the United States. No, we are the United States. You know, the U.S. market is a very particular market. Although Connecticut wrapper is the #1 selling wrapper, we're a full body nation. We like our strength, and we wanted a specific cigar. And for the first time in the 30 plus years that we've been in the market, this is a U.S. market-driven product release at PCA. And I think you can taste it. When you think back of all the preferitos and everything, this is totally different than the traditional La Aurora you're used to smoking.
Yeah, and I will become a regular La Aurora smoker. I'm going to have to hit Mike up.
Just remember, we have this on video. We're going to hold you to it.
No, I will. My guys will attest to my willingness to try cigars. I've never been bashful about.
We'll make sure to get you a nice package so you keep.
There's a lot of really good cigars out there, and there's some that are just exquisite. And this one's starting out as in that exquisite zone for me. I mean, this is a great flavor.
It'll be available in 4 sizes. Obviously, your traditional Churchill, Grand Toro, Robusto Toro. Just at the show to make sure we can get it to the general public. You know, we're launching Robusto and Toro at the gate. It has an MSRP about $15 the Robusto, $18 the Toro, which seems to be the new sweet spot in the industry.
Awesome. It's just delicious. And I appreciate it. I did a little homework on you because I hadn't met you before. And I appreciate your spirit on your posts and the joy that you bring to this industry, the enthusiasm that you bring. It's really a pleasure to finally meet you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to meet you. And it's easy to get up and do this when you love what you do. Obviously, we're all in this industry because of one reason: we're passionate and we love it.
Yeah, and the love for cigars and the love for people. They seem to go hand in hand. They seem to go, as they say, you know, this is really not a cigar; it's a moment shared between friends.
Manuel and Guillermo always like to say in the factory, when you smoke a La Aurora cigar, you're not just smoking a cigar, you're smoking a piece of history with the legacy and everything like that. So
yeah, it's a privilege. It's a privilege to tell your story. I hope we'll get to do this regularly. When we do PCA, you stop by, even if it's just
absolutely.
To update. This is the new release for this show.
This is right now the new release. And like you just said, for years, we've always said this, you know, we have one of the best ongoing stories in the industry. And we're just starting right now to finally tell the story the right way.
Well, it'd be fun for us. You know, we have a master storyteller. Matt Adams, our production guy, is really good at capturing documentary and laying these stories out. So maybe
you already got his head thinking. I can hear his head going already.
Maybe we follow up.
His head's already thinking, "Oh, we're gonna talk to Max and we're gonna see what we can do."
Yeah, of course.
And when people invite us, we show up.
We definitely will.
Yeah.
That invitation is already open.
Yeah, because it's our. I mean, if you think about it, Boveda is in the business of keeping other people's passions in precise condition,
Yes.
and we take great pride in telling stories.
Mhm.
And so we'd love to have La Aurora become a part of this.
We would love to be a part of that too.
Let's do it. Let's
do
figure
it.
out a way to do it.
We got a new project.
No, that's great. Just work with Mike, and Mike will get Matt involved, and we'll
Not a
follow
problem.
through.
Can't
Yeah,
wait.
Really a privilege.
Thank you for
Thanks
having
for the
us.
time.
Thank you. Thank
Appreciate
you for
it.
having
Good
us.
luck with the rum.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful cigars. La Aurora, Willie, and Elvis hanging out at PCA 2025. and silent because this is a very important interview. We are live streaming from New Orleans at the Premium Cigar Association annual convention. I have the privilege of being in the presence of the Cejas family.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Enrique.
What's cooking?
Dude, it's so he comes in, he's gracious, he's lovely. Honestly, one of the most lovely people that you will meet in the cigar industry. Just a gentle soul, a kind man. It runs in the family. God bless you and what you've been through this last year. The story that you started telling when I had the privilege of sitting between you and Ricardo in the square in Dortmund, Germany. This sounds kind of cool, doesn't it? I had such a great job. I got to sit between you guys, and it was fascinating. It was fantastic. And we talked about honoring your dad.
Honoring my dad, honoring our tradition, honoring my father. Yes. So here at PCA, beautiful time. Once again, thank you for all the great words. I love you guys in Boveda, Drew. I love you too. And yes, Inter Tabac was a very special time for us. This year was a very special year for us at PCA because about 4 years ago, I woke up and I said, you know what? People honor their parents or their loved ones after they're gone. And I say, no, I have to honor, I have to say thank you. I have to say thank you, I love you to my father while he's alive. And that's where our project started, Para Jose Cejas, en honor a mi padre. It's a cigar that the project started, as I said, 4 years ago. I think it's the first time in my whole life that we've had our packaging ready before the cigar. Because
this is a beautiful box.
Well, thank you. The idea behind the box was, for those that haven't met my father was a very quiet man. He was soft-spoken, very clean cut. So I wanted to make sure the box represented him. So it's a very clean box, very clean branding. Still, I believe it still adds a little bit of elegance towards it, but keeping it clean and simple. Because that was his personality. That's what he loved to do. But we say, you know what? We're going to launch a cigar to honor my dad. And that's how the project started.
And we were going to do it around Father's Day.
It was going to be around Father's Day, yes.
And Father's Day, we have a Father's Day in the U.S. and you have a Father's Day in Dominican.
We do. And I'm actually a father, and I don't remember when Father's Day is. But it's in June.
It is in June. Ours is in June too.
Yeah, I know. I think why the fuck is our Father's Day?
Hey, we'll have a team get on this and look up when Father's Day is, and we'll get back to you shortly. Anyway, on with your story. This is good.
So, let's go back a little bit. Why I want to say thank you to my dad. Besides being my dad, my dad brought me into this industry. I was fortunate enough to grow into the cigar industry. My dad started as an industrial engineer. He got hired in 1974 by Consolidated Cigar Corporation. Industrial engineer. He wasn't even manufacturing cigars. He was working with the tobacco itself that came from Connecticut and Pennsylvania. Fast forward, he goes up to the Canary Islands and starts the manufacturing process. After that process gets moved to the Dominican Republic, and it's when my dad starts his actually manufacturing career. And his first job became his life passion and his only job. From 1974 up until his retirement and at the end of 2011, my dad had one job, worked in one company, and built his way up to being the VP of Operations and Master Blender for this factory, Tabacalera La Isla. So my dad was fortunate. He told me before he retired he never worked a day of his life because he loved what he did. And he loved what he did in various aspects. He loved tobacco. He loved the process. He loved manufacturing the cigars, the blending, the process of perfecting the draw and the process of perfecting the blend of a cigar. Right, that was one part of it. The other part of it, which my dad never talked about, is that my dad, more than working with tobacco and cigars, he loved working with people. My dad was a huge people's person, and he always tried to help. He always helped, not tried to. He always helped. He was fortunate enough that he worked in a factory that had anywhere between 2,500 to 5,000 employees. So right along there, he was already helping people. But besides that, he was always looking for ways to make people's lives better, right? Set up cooperatives in the factory, furniture shops in the factory. So anything that he could do that was financially viable, because never losing money, obviously, but financially viable, could help his employees have a better life, he fought and tried to do. So he was blessed. We were blessed. We were blessed because my dad was able to provide everything that we ever needed and much more. My dad introduced me into the cigar industry. I remember we were rollerblading in this huge factory. My dad worked from fucking 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 8 p.m. He worked all the time. Our house was 5 minutes away from the factory. I remember going to the factory, rollerblading, playing with my dad, doing all kinds of stuff. So I had a blessed childhood. That was the first thank you. Second thank you is thank you for everything he taught us. The values, how to work with people, how to be true, how to be honest. Everybody knew my dad. My dad was a straight out or a square guy. Just a great, great guy by itself. So he did this. He worked in this factory. He was a corporate guy up until 2011. He retires. And then he says, you know what? Let's go back and let's build a family business. And that's where our company arises. I was working with my dad in Tabacalera La Isla at the time. He retires and we started Matilde Cigars. So for us, Matilde Cigar was a way for my dad to stay in the industry and for me to keep continuing growing into the industry. I was new in the industry, right? And we started Matilde. We didn't use our last name to honor our family name, but what we did is that we wanted to pay homage to the Dominican Republic. So we revived this brand, Matilde. Matilde was founded in 1876 and died about 1917. So it wasn't an ongoing brand. But for us, personally, for our family, we revived something with Dominican roots because we wanted to pay homage to our country. Homage to our country. We're Dominican. We work with Dominican tobacco. 80% of the tobacco we use is Dominican. We manufacture our cigars in Dominican Republic. So, coño, let's pay homage to the Dominican Republic. So Matilde comes along. The cool part about that, I started dating my wife. My mother-in-law's called Matilde and her mother's called Matilde, which is pretty cool. But that's added points, right?
How did that work out?
It worked out beautiful. I told her, mi madre, eso es para ti. So we start with Matilde. Matilde, our goal was keeping a brand simple, keeping a brand consistent, having core lines that people can enjoy time after time after time, year after year after year. Keep it simple. Price point, accessible price point, $8 to $12. Branding wise, all our cigars have the same type of packaging. All the cigars have their own line extension, but it's colors. So I'm a firm believer that people will not remember names, they'll remember faces. Same thing with Matilde.
They remember colors.
Yes. I like the blue, I like the orange, I like the green. And then palate-wise, my dad wasn't a powerhouse smoker. He liked the flavor, he liked the blend, the complexity, and the balance. So all the cigars that we have or we manufacture are always focused towards flavor more than strength. So my dad introduced me. My dad gave me a company because he gave me a company. I mean, he was already retired. He gave me a company to grow into. He gave me my life. He gave me my education. And I said, coño, after 10 years, after all this time I was in the company, I have to say thank you. I have to say I love you. Thank you. I love you. Thank you for everything you've done. And that's where this price comes in. So for Para Jose Seijas, there's 3 things I wanted to address. It was family. It's first love. So family, it's our first cigar with the Seijas name on it. And not even the Seijas name, the Jose Seijas name on it. So that's legacy. That's 100% what he loved with the family. It's the first time in the Matilde history that we have a cosa. The brand actually says Para Jose Seijas, edición limitada, hecho para honrar a mi padre. It translates for Jose Seijas, limited edition, made to honor my dad. That's what we wanted to do. So it was family. For our family, those that know my family, that's the most important thing in life. I talk to my mother every day. I talk to my sister every day. We talk to my dad every day. we call each other all the time. That's the most important thing. I mean, you have family, money goes away, health goes away, family never goes away. I mean, you love them or you hate them, they're there. Thank God we love each other, right? Family. Then it was tobacco. I said initially we had the packaging, the branding and packaging ready. A year after this project started, everything was ready, everything was manufactured, but the cigar. It took me so long to come out with a blend. I was like, this para Jose. And we had a lot of great blends, don't get me wrong. It was fucking great blends. Pero it was that blend where it clicked. It's like, coño, this is it. This is the para Jose Cigars. And initially wanted to be 100% Dominican. I couldn't reach 100% Dominican, but we did 100% filler Dominican, binder Dominican, then we finished with a beautiful Habano Ecuadorian wrapper. Our goal was to create the cigar medium plus on strengths, beautifully balanced. Make sure it made your mouth water. I remember something that my dad loved the Piloto because it always made his mouth water. He was that kind of guy that used to bite on his cigar and he was always salivating. We really liked the cigar. I mean, he's my dad. He's like,
yeah,
you gotta try this shit.
Yeah, this
and
is
I look
drooler.
at the cigar, it's all fucking drool. I'm like, are you crazy? I love you. You're my dad. I'm not gonna smoke that. Give me another one and I'll try it out. So it had to be this.
I almost didn't light it because I didn't know if I'd ever get another one.
You'll get one. You'll get one.
I'm just saying because this is a big deal. I mean, this is the kind of cigar that I'd put in my box, save it for a long time, and then I'd give it to someone I love.
You should do that with one. I'll give you one to smoke.
Okay. This one.
That one doesn't count.
Okay, thank you.
That one doesn't count.
Just technically getting back on track. Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's a big deal. It's a big deal for us. It's a big emotional deal for us, this cigar. So tobacco had to be Dominican. So we have this beautiful blend. Most important for us, my dad loved to give. And this happened a little bit later on. My dad was afflicted with Parkinson years ago. And the last couple of years, his quality of life went down. And unfortunately, this project was supposed to be a project that would release while he was alive. God had different plans. My dad passed away November 6th. And I'm sure he's enjoying this in heaven right now. I'm sure he's playing a great round of golf, having a nice scotch.
He's probably
smoking.
golfing with my brother. He died a couple weeks later.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
I'm sure they're smoking a Jose Cigars in heaven.
Yeah, and
everything,
he
right?
loves cigars. Yeah, so
Exactly.
this is
they'd
good.
be smoking this same cigar. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm sure
I bet they are.
God has them over there. If you haven't smoking that beautiful cigar.
Well, if we
playing
can
golf in the sky.
conceive of it, it's already come from.
Exactly. It already came from heaven, right? So my dad loved helping. That was his thing. He never, ever, ever talked about it, but he did it. And the story that always caught my ear, and that's how I really understood how his mind worked. He's always helped because his employees and stuff like that. And I remember this time, this employee, this manager, he was he wanted to buy a new car, right? And goes to the bank denies the loan. Then goes to a company cooperative, denies the loan. And then he goes to my dad, and I was there with my dad. And he's talking about, he just a new kid, he wanted to buy a new Jeep, a Mitsubishi Montero. And my dad said, looking at him, okay, very soft-spoken, very quiet. He's like, yep, okay, go to the cooperative, tell him to give the money, and I'll be your co-signer. Now I'm young. I'm looking at him, I'm like, what the fuck? So why? I don't get it. So obviously the bank says no. The cooperative saying no. Why would you say yes? And his simple answer is because I can. I have the opportunity to help somebody, to make their life better. And I can. That was simple. And that's why I understood. So he just liked to help because he could. If he could make your life better, he didn't want anything in return and nothing at all. I just want to make your life better. And that's where the last part of this project comes in. That's where I think you truly honor. I truly honor my dad, and it's giving back. So what we ended up doing, Dad was afflicted with Parkinson's. He didn't die of Parkinson's, but it was because of Parkinson's. So I say, you know what? Let's attack the disease that afflicted my dad. So I got in touch with the Parkinson's Foundation in the Dominican Republic. Very underfunded. Parkinson's is a very tough disease. It's tough on the caregivers financially, emotionally, every single way, right? It's not a huge disease. It's not, it's not all out there, right? And the Dominican Republic, it's very underfunded and it's very expensive. Our main medicine is Dopa, and Dopa is about $125 a month for the treatment. Spain is $9. I mean, it was crazy. Thank God we were financially enough viable. We had the best care, the best doctors, and everything. But I had the other side. My assistant's father had Parkinson's, and I saw how she struggled. I mean, I always gave her money. I bought the pills from Spain for her and stuff like that. I'm like, you know what? This is it. This is how I'm really gonna pay homage to my dad. This is how I'm gonna honor my dad. Name great. I mean, name is it's a legacy, right? The tobacco, yeah, we make cigars, but what he really loved was giving back. So you know what? Let's give back. Let's give back. Being small doesn't matter. Let's just give back. So what we ended up deciding is that for every box of cejas that we sell, we're gonna give back at least $10. We're gonna raise at least $10 towards the Parkinson's Foundation in the Dominican Republic to help with the disease, help people that need the help. Right now, Parkinson's Foundation, they help about 400 people that works with Parkinson's. It's underfunded. So my main goal this trade show with this cigar now is to raise enough funds or raise funds to be able to buy that main medicine in the Dopa, right? And being able to supply this medicine that's so expensive in the Dominican Republic. Hopefully next year we'll come out with another Para Jose Cejas and keep on coming out every year with a different. The goal is
that's great. This is not a one-off. This is a beginning.
It will be one blend. The next year it's going to be a different blend. The next Para Jose is going to be a different blend.
That's beautiful.
But the same concept. I wish I could grow this as big as possible, where at some point I can say, you know what, I'm not going to do a targeted purchase. It's not going to be the medicine. You know what? Maybe I can pay the rent for your office. We can actually have an office, so you can actually get the government to help.
Right.
So
it's beautiful.
And it became. And it didn't start like that. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I can't say that the project was conceived like this. The project was conceived saying, I need to bring out a cigar that says thank you to my dad, that represents my dad, tobacco and name. Then when my dad got worse and he got sick, I mean, wait, these are things that my dad loved to do. But you pay homage, giving. I think the more you give, the better it is, right? That's what my dad was. I'm saying this is the really way you pay homage. Cigars, Cejas is our name. That's our family, right? Cigars was his passion and his job. His passion was his job, right? But then giving was his calling. So helping was his calling. And he helped out of manufacturing cigars. He helped with his employees. So that's what he did it. So I remember my dad, Viejo, sometimes he decided not to take a fucking raise because he couldn't get a raise for his managers. It's like, I can't take the credit of, this is a huge company. So he was that kind of person to say, this is the only way I can really, really, truly pay homage to my dad. Name is great, But I think that was the only way I can actually say, you know what? It was going to be a one-time thing. My dad passes away. I'm like, you know what? Let's try to make it be an yearly thing. Let's try to keep on raising money. Let's try to keep on growing this brand. Let's try to keep on growing Para Jose Cejas so I can say at some point,
I love the fact that it's a series.
Right? It should
I love it. Because
it's
ongoing. It's the continuation of a life.
It should be. It should be the continuation of my dad. It should be the continuation of my dad's loves. It's the name, it's a tobacco, and it's a giving. This is a soul of my dad. Think about it. We're talking about it right now. I never thought about it like that way, right? But it's my dad's. It's like my dad's soul. It's my dad in representation of the cigar. We have the Dominican tobacco. It's his name, right? And he's giving back. So talking to you, right?
It's cool because it's not just a suggestion to honor your father and mother. It's like a commandment.
It's a commandment,
right?
That's right.
We don't want to get overly technical, but when you, we had this conversation at the table in Dortmund, and I was reflecting on my experience with my father's passing. And I don't know if you recall the story. I was at a wedding. My niece got married, and he promised my niece that he'd make it to her wedding. So he celebrated the wedding in the church that he built, and then he went to the country club that was like the country club in town, and he died in the dining room at 5 minutes before the end of the reception. And the last thing that he ever said to me, I came off the dance floor after dancing with a rather attractive woman, and he patted me on the back and he said, "I'm proud of you, kid." And my dad's way of saying "I love you" was "I'm proud of you." I mean, I love you. I can maybe count a dozen times where I heard the words "I love you" out of his mouth, but I heard "I'm proud of you" a lot.
That was a lot of I love yous.
Yeah, a lot of "I love yous" in code because it's just the way they work.
Yeah.
But we talked about how shepherding a parent through the process of death is perhaps one of the most challenging things to a individual to go through. I mean, the frustration of dealing with mom or dad when they were going through their difficulties, and the natural response showing up in a bigger way than you ever expected you could, and realizing that there's something far bigger going on here than just your ego getting through a troublesome time. It's like it's a guided tour. And now here you are at the other end. I mean, he didn't we hoped that he was going to last through Father's Day.
Yep.
But when I heard that he passed, I was like, oh, I hope they still do this with the passion that they took. And it sounds like it's just opened up and blossomed into this expression of who your family is. And I loved sitting between you and Ricardo because you two are so different and so wonderfully brothers.
Thank you.
Yeah, give him my regards.
I will. It's Ricardo and I are very, very different people, but we have the same values at the end. Comes back to my mother, back to my dad. Actually, my mom talking about family, we were just talking about it this morning. My mom traveled with my dad every single one. I mean, she was a stay-at-home mom. She raised us correctly, right? But she also made sure that when my dad was traveling, he was with him. So we traveled with him all the time. And my mom had not come to a PCA since 2015. She's like, no, I gotta come.
Is she here?
She's here. She's actually not at the floor right now, but she's here. And
if she was here, she'd be here.
Oh yeah, she'd be here, and she's obviously overly emotional with this project, and she said, "No, I gotta come.
It's beautiful.
I have to come to the show. I have to see this." And play, Mom, you should come every show. She enjoys walking around saying hello to people. My wife is here. Gabby's here with her.
Well, she's got to know everybody.
I know.
Yeah.
Gabby was the one. She was like going to be stay at the booth. Gabby's like, "Nuh-uh. Enrique's working. You come." And she started walking everybody around all the booths, saying, "Hey, no, here. You gotta say hello, funny. Say hello, funny." They start walking, enjoy. And I'm saying, "Mom, you should come every show. Just come be with us, of course. Just come over there. Just come." So hopefully she'll be coming every year to the show with my wife.
Well, my experience of your dad is through you and Ricardo, primarily through you. I did not meet him directly for some reason. I've been at Boveda now for a little over 9 years, and so I got to know him through this. He was an early participant in the For My Humidor program, and he's a beloved character for Sean and Tim. He went out of his way to extend himself to Sean and Tim and to make them, the younger set, the next generation. He's incredibly gracious to them, and they rave about him. And one of the great joys of their participating in these shows is running into you. We have great connection to you.
Yes.
And I can see it and feel it because the graciousness that I experience around you is, I know where it's coming from.
100%. And I can tell you something, Viejo. I've always said Team Boveda has always been my favorite team. I always make sure I stop by, Viejo, smoke those cigars with you guys, say hello to the guys, because you guys have such a well-rounded, nice, it's family. It goes back to it feels like family. Every time I come here, it feels like family. There's love. So it's something that goes, and 100%. My dad loved him and Sean. We got together anytime that we could here. We had dinner at least once every time we came to the shows. So actually, Tim just went there.
Did they just walk in?
Yeah, he just came in.
Good.
So 100%. 100%. I had the opportunity to meet Tim and Sham through that, obviously, and we made sure to keep that relationship, not because it's a business, but because it's a love relationship, and it's been a love relationship from the beginning to now. I just feel comfortable with you guys and with the whole team. I've always said it.
And it's a real privilege. You know, there's an ethic of. Part of our privilege is we get to tell the story of these wonderful families that are the backbone of the cigar industry. And it's a treat to get to know people and to treasure the friendships and to be able to continually draw more and more people into the herd, because it is a herd. It's a very benevolent herd of families and friends that connect at these shows. I mean, it's the energy in this room yesterday and today so far. We just opened a few minutes ago. We're live streaming from PCA 2025 in New Orleans. We're sitting with Enrique Cejas. We are honoring his father and his family with the first in a series, the Para Jose Cejas Edition Limitada. If I said that even
Limitada, right. Correct.
And Matilde Cigars. I mean, it's when you say the name of your brand, Matilde, you say the
Matilde, yeah.
Matilde,
yeah.
Right on. I've never had a bad Matilde cigar.
Well, they don't suck, I can tell you that.
No, they don't suck.
They're good cigars.
Yeah, they're really good cigars.
We make those cigars with a lot of love, a lot of passion. We work right now. We work with 2 different factories. We work our core line, which is Serena Maduro, Renacer, Cuadrata, and Oscura in Tabacalera Palma with Hochi, one of the largest tobacco growers, private tobacco growers in the country. It assures that we have consistency and production across every single time, every single year. We have that consistent. And that's something my dad was huge about. He was huge about the consistency and the draw. Draw is so big.
He's a perfectionist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The guy used to break down everything and take it back in, right? And then our limited stuff or more playful things like the limited exposure or the special edition that we did last year. We work with Tabacalera La Isla, which is also Fernandez, smaller company. You can source different types of tobacco. Like last year, we had the special edition 2024, and I wanted to use Ecuadorian Sumatran wrapper and the Peruvian filler because there were 2 components that we've never used in Matilde, but my dad loved and used in his signature cigar. So that kind of stuff, like smaller productions, more aged stuff, or more boutique-ish stuff, limited stuff, let's say, I do in Tabacalera La Isla. I'm blessed to have great partners, people that I love working with, people that I trust. This industry is a beautiful industry. It's all based on trust, as you guys know. We all know. And as you were saying, the cool thing about the cigar industry is that it seems like a big industry. It's not really a big industry. It's just a huge. It's a small group of family.
Yeah, it's a small herd, and it's very intricately connected. One of the odd things as an outsider coming into the cigar industry is noticing how a newcomer shows up, and instead of being repelled, they're drawn to them. And how can I help you? How can I, what do you need? Show who can I introduce you to?
100%.
That whole experience. I mean, I remember the story when we interviewed Lido about his process of getting into the cigar industry and the way that Carlito and Jose and different people reached out to Nestor, reached out to bring him in.
What do you need? How can we help?
And now he's the first non-Dominican head of the Pro Cigar. I mean, that's remarkable.
That is amazing.
Yeah, it's a testimony to an ethic.
Well, it's a thing. It's a cigar. It's get us to get tobacco, brings everybody together. It's a hugest cliche in the world, but you're smoking a cigar, you're never alone. I mean, you go to a cigar shop anywhere in the world, you light up a cigar, and that passion, that passion of the industry of the leaf, it allows you to spark a conversation with anybody in any part of the world. And I think that's what really brings our industry together. It's that passion of the process, that passion of the tobacco, of making this perfect product or this beautiful piece of art. Because every single cigar is a piece of art. I mean, you create the blend, but the bunchers and the rollers who are making this cigar, every single cigar is unique. I always like to use the example of the painter, right? You can get this painter, give him the same canvas, same paint, and let's paint Drew's beautiful face. Goes, same canvas. 2 seconds later, he does the same portrait on the other side. From far away, it looks the same, right? But you get close by, it's gonna have different strokes, maybe a little different tonality in the color. This is the same thing with cigars. Every Badajoz Cigars or every Matilde is not gonna taste the same. But when you look at it from far away, when you smoke it, it's gonna have that same profile. It's gonna remind you of the last cigar, that renacer you smoked, the last cigar that you smoked. And it's that. It's an art form. It's like, and where's it not to love in art? So people that are artists, people that create art, always passionate, they're always love. They're always trying to welcome people because it's a shared passion. And I think that's what in our industry brings everybody together. The good, the bad, there's always that.
Mhm,
It doesn't matter if I don't like you, we share something in common. We share this common love of tobacco. Look what happened to AJ. Happened to and everybody we all grew in
And
Nicaragua.
on the
It's
third
like,
day, the factory was open again.
exactly. You can't do that alone.
That's crazy how that
You
came
can't do
together.
that alone. You do that viejo with the help of other people, and that's the cool thing about this industry. You're competitors, but you also stick together
Right.
as a big group of family of tobacco industry.
Well, especially when catastrophe hits.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But think about it. What other industry that happens?
I don't know of any, and it's maybe just limited exposure on my part. But the goodness of people, I think there's opportunities to do good things, and I think when you reflect on the way this project's come together and how it shifted into a series instead of a one-off, it feels good to do good.
It does.
And you get in that. There's a reason why your dad co-signed on the loan, and it wasn't. It's like anybody that's in the gives money or gives to people, you don't expect to get repaid. You, in a sense, you're almost like, well, just do something for someone else down the road.
Pass it on.
Pay it forward. And there's a lot of that in this room. A lot of that attitude in this room.
I can tell you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you please.
I was about to say, I can tell you. When we started Matilde, it's the same thing. How can I help? Also, when my dad got sicker, how can we help? It was all that same. How can we help? And it's always passing it on. And you hear all these stories saying, "Coño, your dad when we started helped us. How can we do to help?" It was all that. It's like passing it on. It's helping. It's a beautiful thing.
You're a lovely guy. It's a lovely family. This is Jose Cejas, the For My Humidor black and white that we're so proud to present through Cigar Aficionado back in the day. An icon in the industry, a dear friend of Boveda, Sean and Tim, a mentor to Sean and Tim, a friend to Sean and Tim. Tremendous family. Enrique, you're a dear man. We love you. Let there be no mistake about how we feel about the Cejas family.
Much love.
And thanks for sitting down and letting us be a part of your story.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
God bless you, buddy. Happy Palm Sunday.
Dale.
Right on.
What a treat.
I
It
know.
is Tobacco Serafin, and this one's going to be called the Reserva 2506. It's a long story.
No, it's a good story. We'll
Did
get
Dallas
into
tell
it.
you about it?
Huh? No, but I'm looking. I don't want to hear it from Dallas.
I had to relabel everything.
I want to hear it from you.
You don't not that part though,
no,
right?
I know what happened.
Yeah, you don't want me to cover that part right now.
No, we're gonna go wherever you want to go. We'll have fun with it.
Okay.
We're gonna start where we left off. Are you on? We're live streaming at the PCA 2025. We're in New Orleans, Louisiana. I've had the privilege one time to sit with Arnaldo Serafin. He's a dear friend of Dallas Edmiston, who's a central figure to our PCA experience for Boveda. Last we spoke, you were on the Juan de Fuqua. That's what we talked about, and that's what I experienced. And now you've put a box in front of us and a cigar in my hand, which I'm going to have to light and enjoy while you tell us the story about this one. This is called Reserva 2506.
Yes, sir. Yep.
I thought I read the date wrong. I thought it was very futuristic. 2506.
Right. Everybody says that. That's funny. Drew, first of all, thanks for having me again.
Yeah,
It's an
nice to
honor.
see
It's
you,
a
brother.
privilege. I haven't seen you in a year. I hope you had a good year. I guess.
Yeah, good year. You look good. You
Thank
happy?
you. Happy to be back.
Good.
Happy to be back.
Good. What am I holding?
So the Reserva 2506 is our latest cigar. It is we call this one the Cuban Missile, but this cigar, I made it in honor of this gentleman here. His name was Jose Galanat. We used to call him affectionately the Captain. He was in the Bay of Pigs invasion. He was also in the Cuban Army and also in the U.S. Army. And what's really meaningful for me is he worked with me for about 15 years. He was like family. So,
is he gone?
Yeah, he passed away about almost 3 years. July 11th, it'll be 3 years.
And you're still getting choked up when you talk about him.
He was a grumpy old guy, but I loved him to death, let me tell you.
And he worked with you for how long?
15 years.
Oh, wow.
And he was almost, I mean, he's like family, basically. And we, spent so many hours together. The stories were really, really great.
Well, it's impressive. It's got a nice smell to it. I'm just about to light it.
Thank you very much. You want to use this one?
Tell me what. No, I'm going to use mine because I'll keep yours. Yours is fancy.
This is courtesy of a good friend of ours, Diab.
It's a very nice smelling cigar.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love it. It's something unique because I've never worked with this before.
That's cool, actually.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
It's a Mexican San Andres wrapper, and it's a Nicaraguan Puro, different regions in Nicaragua, and we have a Dominican binder as well. So I should say it's not really a Puro. It's got a little bit of Dominican in it, but I feel like the balance here. I'll let you try it, but I feel like it's got a really good flavor.
Well, the draw right out of the chute is just remarkable.
Thank you.
It's effortless.
And that's what I want, just a nice drawing cigar. The first ones we made were a little stronger, a little peppery, and I kind of wanted to steer away from that and make it more of a cigar that most people would enjoy. So I feel like if it was too peppery and too strong, it was going to be too inclusive, I guess,
That's a very friendly start.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is and is this a limited edition? Is there?
It is. Yeah, I only did 1,000 boxes, and they're 10 box count, 10 count boxes.
Those will be gone by the end of the show.
I hope.
Yeah.
And we can always make more, but for right now, the first release, I want to make it a very special thing. If it goes well, maybe we can do boxes of 20 or 25 down the road. So far, everyone that's tried it has really, really loved the blend. And I just love the San Andres wrapper,
All right, I'm fascinated by this blending conversation. It just
Thank you.
The assumption I make is not knowing anything about it.
You know a lot about cigars, actually.
Well, I know more about the people around cigars than I do about the craft of making cigars. But what's fascinating to me is you sit with endless variety of parts and you try the combinations.
Yep.
And for hour upon hour, day upon day until you come.
Yeah.
How hard is that?
It's it can be tough. I've worked on this blend for a little over 2 years, and I'll tell you, I was kind of sold on the first ones, but there was something that I was like, something's not right about it. They're a little peppery. I got to tone it down a little bit because originally, the funny thing about it was this guy, my friend the Captain, was a strong, real strong individual, And I said, well, I got to make a cigar that's going to be really strong, representative of him, you know? But then, like I said, I just felt like more people would not have enjoyed it. And now folks that tried that original prototype have tried this and they say, wow, now you really hit it on the head with this blend.
It's an impressive looking cigar.
Thank you.
It's got shoulders. When, like in Minnesota, when you catch a big walleye and you're pulling it into the boat, a guy will say, oh, this one's got shoulders, you know, like it's ripped. And this has got shoulders. It feels substantial. It's a very pretty wrapper.
Nice oily content.
The San Andreas,
one of the best.
It's just exceptional.
And the flavor is just unbelievable. And I should say this, a 5-year aged wrapper. Minimum 5 years. Yeah.
Okay.
So that adds a lot to the flavor too, because it's something that's been curing. It's been curing for a while. And you know, like we always say, a good cigar is like a fine wine, man.
So where does this fit into the constellation as far as pricing?
Okay, so these are $15 per cigar, $150 a box. Yeah, that's the MSRP on these.
So the whole pricing world of cigars has gone bonkers. We've got a lot of people going in the luxe direction with the high end, and a lot of customers that are happy to pay it.
Well, you know what I've been hearing on this is I should say it's the highest cigar that we've done so far, price wise, the most expensive, and you know, people that appreciate a really good smoke, they're buying this, they're going to buy it, and they like it because it's a really enjoyable smoke, and it's something different, it's something special, you know.
And you love this cigar.
I love the cigar. I love the way it turned out. I'm proud.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
So how do people find you? How do people find the new release?
Okay, thank you very much. SerafinCigars.com. They can reach us out on our website, and of course we have retail partners in Colorado, New Jersey, different parts of the country. So every day we're trying to get more customers. You know, little by little we'll get them out there.
It's wonderful to see the tell me this the next chapter on the Juan de Fuqua story that you started last time we were together.
So Juan de Fuqua is doing very well. We're thinking about creating other sizes because the Toro size, which is what we sampled, was very popular. Still, we have a good inventory of it. We'll see what sizes we come up with. Maybe a Robusto. I'm open to other ideas, but we're definitely going to enhance that portfolio of that brand. Yeah.
It's fun to watch your story unfold. It's a
real
privilege for us to be a part of it. Thank you very much for this. Shameless plug. Our friend Arnaldo has.
Yeah, they're all powered by Boveda. We're putting these in there, the 69%.
It's great.
And it's great. Yeah, my son loves to put them in there. He puts the little warranty label on it, and
beautiful.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful cigar.
It was, like I said, 2 years in the making, 2+.
And there's a story. There's a
story.
It's great that each one of these, your Juan de Fuqua story was very compelling last time, and now the story, I get this guy's name.
Oh, Reserva 2506, which the name is symbolic to the brigade 2506
that he was in. Okay.
And that was the brigade that was in the Bay of Pigs invasion. So he was one of the Cubans that came here and fought to free Cuba as a member of the brigade 2506.
Remarkable part.
So
of
now
history.
I'm not only honoring him, but I'm honoring the other 1,500 men that went over during the Bay of Pigs invasion, which unfortunately was not victorious. But you know,
and historically, it was the beginning of the end of the Kennedy administration.
Yeah, and that kind of just landed on President Kennedy's lap. It was an Eisenhower thing that started, and they said, "Oh, by the way, we got these guys we're training." Oh, really? In Louisiana? And you know what's even more symbolic is he trained here in Louisiana for the invasion.
And here we are.
And here we are in New Orleans releasing the cigar.
Back in New Orleans after 10 years.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Great timing.
Thank you very much.
Is it a coincidence?
I think so. Because I was just talking to somebody about that the other day. I said, you know, he told me many times about the invasion and his participation and how he had been trained here. And I said, wow, that's really crazy that we're going to release this here in New Orleans again. Everything happens for a reason.
Remembering your friend, a man who loved cigars.
Yeah, and a man who loved this country. He was a true freedom fighter. U.S. Army veteran, Cuban Army veteran.
Beautiful.
I think he'd be happy.
Arnaldo, you got a big heart.
Thank you. Very humble guy.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful.
Yeah. He was a very humble guy.
Yeah, and you are too.
Thank you.
Far out. Well, you got to keep us informed. We want to know as the story unfolds. Thank you for letting us be a part of your story. It's great to tag along with you.
It's an honor and a privilege to be part of the Boveda team and to be here again, Drew. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thanks much, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your time today.
Arnaldo Serafin is you're becoming quite a legend in the deal.
I don't know about that.
At Dallas.
Big shoes to fill.
Dallas is a big fan.
Dallas is definitely a legend.
Yeah.
And a good friend.
And Dallas is definitely a legend.
Oh, yeah.
No question. Thank you so much.
And he
sir.
wears the best bow ties.
He does.
Yeah.
He does. Come in here and shake this man's hand. We're live streaming from PCA in New Orleans.
Of course.
Stick around. There's going to be a lot more. Dallas Edmiston, 20 years.
The man from York.
The man from York.
Can we call him the Duke of York?
The Duke of York.
Or we're not going to have a trademark infringement there, right?
No.
I hope not.
No. There's be no infringements of any kind.
Good.
Thanks for bringing us Arnaldo.
Oh, you bet.
Yeah. Good people got to stick together.
No, absolutely. You know, when you have, I mean, that's the beauty of the industry that you and I love, right? To do life together with people of integrity and culture, and want to honor and pay tribute to men that have impacted them to keep their legacy going on, right? It's not what we take when we leave this world behind us. It's what
Have
we
you
leave
smoked
behind
this?
us. I will today.
Yeah, this is.
Yes.
Well,
I will
there
be
you
smoking
go.
it.
Here
Absolutely.
you go.
Thank
We
Arnold.
did it. We got
Absolutely.
Dallas stick.
Yes.
You were going to give him one anyway.
That was his. But I was curious to know what he thinks about it.
Yeah.
Did you try the original prototypes? I know Lonnie did. Lonnie was pleasantly surprised when he tried this one. He said, "Man, you really toned this down, but I like it." Are we still on camera?
I'm not going to tell you that. It might take away from anything that you might divulge.
All right. I'm having fun anyway.
Yeah, just relax and have a good time.
That's
Enjoy
right.
the PCA 2025. Day 2. What a day.
You know, he trained in
What an industry.
No,
For the
absolutely.
invasion.
And, happy Palm Sunday to all
That's
our
right.
guests
Yeah.
as well.
Happy
Palm Sunday.
Passover for our Jewish friends. We got Palm Sunday. Big Holy Week coming up.
What a great time of the year.
So today we're celebrating Holy Smokes, right?
Holy smokes.
How's the weather back home, Drew?
It's getting better every day.
Every day.
Yeah. Got a tea time on Thursday. Might happen. Here we go. Look at that.
Wow.
He was a character too.
I think you got a customer.
More than that, I got a dear friend. That's the best part.
How long have you guys known each other?
3 years?
That's all?
That's it.
I thought you guys went back to then.
No, met him through a dear friend of ours, a mutual friend, Carlito Fuente.
Oh,
And
The man himself.
we're dropping. Did you hear what happened yesterday with Carlito?
yes,
That was hilarious. Did you
Absolutely.
see it?
yes.
That
I didn't
is-
see it. Matt came over and grabbed me and said,
It was so
"Sir, Charlie,
priceless."
Excuse me. It's
Because you know Carlito's busy all day,
Oh,
and
my God.
they're going crazy. And
Absolutely.
Cyril had just unveiled this new humidor that
Yes.
was inspired by the Chains of Love by.
Absolutely.
And so we're sitting down to talk about it because we just wanted to give him some repetition. And Carlito comes walking by and he walks right into the booth to greet. And he doesn't realize we're live.
Oh my goodness.
And so he's standing right here. And I said, "You are looking at the backside of icon Carlito Fuente."
That's fun.
It was priceless.
Is that a B-roll, you think?
Yeah. And then he turned around and did one of these. No, are you kidding? We'll find a way to
Sure.
commercialize
Yes.
everything.
Thank you, Charlie.
That's actually a lapel mic. Just attach that to your lapel.
These mics are great, by the way.
You almost bought it.
You know, the San Andres wrapper that he put on this cigar is a tricky wrapper.
Did you know it was a San Andreas right when you lit it up?
Yes.
So you got a really refined palate. You can call things from a distance.
Well, you're giving me more credit than I deserve, but certainly certain distinct flavors hit your palate in a certain way. In this particular wrapper, if it's not blended properly, not only the flavor profile, but the combustion piece of it, it's
Could be tricky.
very, very tricky wrapper. And what I've learned through Arnold is the beautiful art of Nicaraguan tobacco. right, and a Nicaraguan Puro. So I was blessed with his mentorship, navigating through his line. I fell in love with your grandfather's cigar. That was my favorite. Right?
Is it still?
It is still, however.
This is a close second.
And the Juan de Fuga, I love that. What you've done with that Cameroon wrapper,
wild,
the Nicaraguan tobacco,
It's
to bring that spice and sweetness of the Cameroon wrapper is just delicate, and it's delightful.
Thank you.
Decadence is what I categorize it as.
We're stacking dimes now, Drew.
That's just I love the oily texture of the wrapper.
And if folks are ever in Ybor City, it's maybe a 45-minute drive over to Tarpon Springs, beautiful Greek area. You got great Greek restaurants, and you come and see and experience the culture of Serafin de Cuba cigars. It's priceless.
Thank you.
Cuban espresso, and just the love and the affection that you feel in his shop with the staff, the legacy of his father. I mean, you feel like you're at home. And that's the beauty and the joy of this industry when you have that fabric of love represented not only in your product, but in your shop and your livelihood. I mean, for those of us that truly cherish that, I mean, time's a commodity that once it's spent, you're never getting back. So being intentional with that and experiencing it is a blessing in itself.
Thank you. It's an honor for you to have gone there, and I know you'll be back. Maybe Drew will convince him to come down one day.
I'm allowed in Florida.
Yeah.
Especially when it's like below 30 in Minnesota. I'm thinking.
Yeah, no, I'm all for it. It's starting to get nice now.
Did you do any ice fishing this year?
I did not ice fish. First
you
year
normally?
I haven't ice fished. Normally I do. Yeah, I've got all the.
I always think a grumpy old man.
It's a great.
Oh,
Yeah,
man,
it
that's
was
cool.
filmed in a town that I used to live in.
That is so
Delano.
cool.
Yeah.
And the people actually have their little cabins.
Oh yeah, little huts.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
Little ice houses. Making some Johnsonville brats.
Drew, how are you enjoying that?
I like it. It's so it's interesting. I get every conversation. I'm lighting up a different cigar,
Yes.
and I'm wandering through these stories, and it's this is a very relaxing change of pace from
Yes.
where I've been. I was in a La Aurora's got a new release. That was part of my tasting this morning. The chaps from Lovely Cigar in Green Bay came back and gave us an update on where they are in year 3 of their business. Enrique Cejas came by and introduced
Honor.
us to his dad's.
Honor of a
That's
giant
amazing. Huh?
in this industry.
Yeah,
Jose
it was so
Cejas.
cool. And we had a picture from the For My Humidor. We put it right
Nice.
here. We had Jose right in the middle.
Yeah.
Enrique is just, it was just dynamite.
Legendary.
So, yeah, legend. A lot of legends walking around the room. It's
No, absolutely. But another testament of passing the torch down to the next generation to continue that legacy. And that's the beauty behind it, right?
Absolutely. My son is here in the booth now, and it's amazing, like you said yesterday, how far he's come.
No, absolutely. So
Yeah.
that would be 4th generation?
Five.
5 generations. But just the passion and
He really enjoys it.
how meticulous you are in honoring them, not only in the blend, but
you.
in the presentation as well.
It's interesting. You're an approachable guy, and it's a very approachable cigar.
And that's
And it's the same way with the Juan de Fuqua.
That's
When
what
we
I
went
want.
through that adventure, you're an approachable guy. It's a
Thank
very
you.
approachable cigar, and it's like Flavor Town. It's like really,
It hits on all cylinders now.
yeah.
100%.
People are
It's not-
asking me, they say, you got to release other ones with that blend. So now I'm like, well, what size do I do, right? That's
Yes.
because you want to make, like me personally, I want to make things different. So I don't know. I'm still thinking about it.
So Arnold, walk through that process, right? I know it's unique in the Vitola when you build that blend because you tweaked it and customized it to that Vitola to combine all the flavors. And as we've learned from the professor, the combustion plays an important role in that.
Sure.
Talk me through the transition and what you go through those steps when you're mind mapping different Vitolas to maintain the integrity of the flavor profile that you want.
That's a good question. I like to try them in the thinner, in the thinner Vitolas, because if you can get a good flavor profile, like in a Lonsdale, then you kind of hit on the right spot. Because once you go a little thicker, the flavor is going to really be there. Because every cigar changes, though. So like you can go to a 6x60, and it might taste totally different than a Lonsdale.
Well, here, this is an odd question, sort of a rookie approach question. If everything were awesome as a Lonsdale, can you necessarily convert it to a Gordo or to a Toro? I mean, if you got the combination right on the Lonsdale, which is the size that the aficionado smokes. Most of these, I mean, I look at Lito. Lito's walking around with it's a Lonsdale. That cabinet number 3 is a Lonsdale size, and the ratio is just.
And that's a tough roll. Sometimes, I mean, if you press it too much, it gets too tight, and then you lose a lot of the flavor profile. I mean, it's a tough size. But yeah, you're right. For example, I'm more of a traditionalist, so I do like the smaller Vitolas, and I don't think I really like anything, me personally, bigger than a 54.
Yeah.
I'll never smoke a 6x60. I have other brands that we make, and we have 6x60s, and they sell, and I'm very proud about them, but I'm just not a big 6x60 guy. But a lot of the customers tell me they like the 6x60 because they burn slower and they burn cooler. But it takes more tobacco for sure. So once you add more tobacco, the blend can totally change.
Makes sense.
So not only you're very passionate about the cigar history. Carlito has called you the Indiana Jones of this industry.
That's a big compliment from him.
And Samantha and the kids and I were blessed where we had a private tour of Ybor City. What is it about your town, the industry, that you look forward to when you wake up in the morning?
Just, you hit it on the head. I love the history. I'm passionate about it. There was a gentleman at the booth now. He asked me, he said, well, he was, believe it or not, he's from the Dominican Republic, the gentleman that was there, and he's in the printing business. So he's showing me some of his products and beautiful stuff. And Joseph, my friend, said to him, tell him about Tampa. I said, well, Tampa had at one time more than 2,000 cigar factories. And he just couldn't believe it. I said, oh, yeah. I said, back in the day, the clear Havana industry, which is what it was known, that was the name of it, were basically Cuban cigars made in Tampa with Cuban tobacco, mostly by Cuban rollers. But because they were made in the U.S., for tax reasons and other reasons at the time, they were referred to as clear Havanas. And that's a history that I feel it's like, even though it's 100 and something years removed now, people still think of Tampa as the cigar city, and I'm proud to share that history.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. Where I grew up, and I'm learning this, I actually learned this from Carlito, the town of Redline, Pennsylvania, for New Year's Eve raises a cigar. And Carlito was explaining to me, he remembers as a young man coming up with his dad buying Pennsylvania broadleaf tobacco.
Wow.
And was second to Ybor City in the
crazy.
Production of cigars.
Yeah.
So it's just awesome to tie that all together as far as our passion for cigars and proximity.
Can I share something about that too? Last week, we're always going back and forth with Carlito and I about the history. He's really a wealth of information. The man is the wealth of information. And I have to say thank you for him helping me to be here. But besides that, last week, we went back and forth about a particular brand, an old brand. I sent him the label. He said, what's the history on it? I said, well, a friend of mine came across this really old box. And he says, I'm not familiar with it. Rose O Cuba was the name of it. Not Rosa, like Rosa Cuba. I was confused. I said, man, I think that one is being made again. And he says, no, but this is a different one. He was right. And when I looked it up, it was a Pennsylvania brand, Clear Havana. So, yeah, the history of the Clear Havanas, they expanded everywhere from Ybor City to Detroit, Pennsylvania, Baltimore, your old hometown. So it was all over the country. Just certain pockets had more factories than others.
It's amazing. When I was a young man, I got out of the Marine Corps, and my wife, Samantha, I rented an apartment, literally a 3-minute walk to the House of Windsor Cigars manufacturing place there in Yo, PA.
Man, that's cool. I got a box, an old one, House of Windsor. It's got the guy with the crest. It's just so statuesque. It's a really cool brand, House of Windsor. As a matter of fact, I think they're still around.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They absolutely are.
There's a lot of great stories. You've got a bunch of them.
Thank you.
And you're making new ones. Appreciate you sharing them with us. Let us be a part of your story.
100% every time.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be there without you guys. So thank you.
Arnaldo, Serafin.
Thank you so
Serafin Fine Tobaccos. Dallas Edmondson's buddy. Dallas is 20 years on the team for Boveda at PCA. You should get like a service stripe for that or something.
Yeah, it would be nice. Wouldn't
Yeah.
Or a pin.
Maybe we'll do uniforms next year.
It's good.
Yeah.
How about an old Hamilton watch? Remember those? When we
Yeah.
do the Hamilton watch?
Yeah. That'd be good. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
How was it?
welcome, Marcel. We're live streaming from PCA in New Orleans, Louisiana. It's a pleasure for us to be allowed to tell your story. I mean, Boveda is just an asterisk on the industry. We support all these stories of all these people in the industry that have contributed so much.
Yeah.
It's a privilege for us to sit with you, Marcel.
Thank you so
Please
much.
introduce yourself and introduce your line and tell us about the story.
Me. So yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me, Drew, and Boveda, of course, for that great interview. So I'm Marcel from ADVentura Cigars and represent obviously ADVentura Cigars, and started in the industry 2013 as a cigar retailer in Switzerland. So I'm Swiss, and I was mostly selling Cuban cigars back then. And then I decided to create something, or wanted to have a cigar where I can sell, where my hands were a little bit more involved in the blend. Other than that, it's a Cuban cigar and it has Cuban tobacco. So that's how ADVentura Cigars started. It started off as my house blend back in 2014.
Okay.
So, so I went to Nicaragua, went to the Dominican Republic, and got stuck with a factory named Tabacalera La Isla, and his son, Henderson Ventura, and I was just fascinated by the philosophy of the factory, also his philosophy of blending cigars, because I have a wine background as well. I'm a sommelier, and the way how you craft a cuvée, we say, or a blend, is very similar to how to blend a cigar. And Henderson just had it right on up my alley how to blend a cigar. And he gave me one, and this was my first cigar, which was called ADVentura the Explorer 2014, which was an order back then of 5,000 cigars at Tabacalera La Isla. So I sold it at my store, and then one day a Swiss distributor came at me and said, "Hey, I love the presentation," because ADVentura is all about telling the story of tobacco, where people from the old world come into the new world, to the Caribbean, and bringing the good stuff back. All packed in this 1492 Christopher Columbus theme. And I had to do something, or a box which stands out against all the Cubans, So I put it into a treasure chest. And that Swiss distributor said, "Hey, it's great packaging. It's a great cigar. Don't you want to make that brand bigger?" And I was like, "Well, I have my store here, and I cannot drive around and knock on everybody's door and ask for picking up my cigar." And he's like, "Well, I have a sales staff. Don't you want to collaborate?" I was like, "Okay, let's give it a try." And the European retailers, especially also the Swiss, are very hesitant when it comes to new stuff. It's quite contrary to the US retailers. But we got in within 8 months. We got into 20 stores in Switzerland. Switzerland is generally a very cigar-friendly place. And then Germany knocked at the door, and then Belgium came along, the Netherlands came along, Sweden came along, and they got bigger and bigger and bigger, even though it was never my intention. Yeah, it's awesome. And then I created the second line, which was called ADVentura the Navigator, and then Henderson, which was part of the producing company back then, asked me for being his partner because he had a similar idea of a brand. He always wanted to be a part of a brand, but never had a concept which he fell in love. And he said, "Hey, I once had a similar idea with Aventura without the D, because we are called ADVentura. Can I be your partner?" I was like, "Well, it's a perfect match having your producer as your partner." So we founded ADV Cigars Company 2016 and launched it in the States 2019. And here we are. Next year, we're going to celebrate our 10th year anniversary.
And what is if people are watching and want to know where to go to see the details about the line, what's the handle on?
So it's ADVentura, either ADVenturaCigars.com, or you're going to go on our Instagram account, Facebook account, ADVentura Cigars. You'll find us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of meeting Henderson a couple of times.
Okay.
What a lovely, generous guy. Yeah, and these are the bands. The first time I smoked the cigar, the bands were a foil.
It's pewter. It's actually that one.
Pewter
it's made
band.
out of pewter.
They're made out of pewter. It's a very unique.
Very unique. That was our fourth line we put out there.
And I can see how you'd go with this treasure chest approach. That's a brilliant connection with the pewter.
Yeah, absolutely. So the first chapter of ADVentura Cigars was all about the journey of ADV and McKay. So my name is Marcel Knobel with a K, or Noble. So I didn't want to put my name on a cigar. It sounds ridiculous. So I just named myself McKay, Marcel Knobel, and ADV is Henderson. So, or ADVentura is Henderson. So it's about the journey they make, like exploring, navigating, conquering, and then of course going back to the old world and bringing on the royal return, bringing back a gift for the queen, which is the queen's purse right here, and a gift for the king, also on the pewter brand, which is called the King's Gold.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. What a wonderful adventure. And it started that I love the simple Genesis story where it came from you offering a house cigar
Yeah, exactly.
and having that be you've got your own focus group in your store.
Yeah.
People giving you consistent feedback.
Yeah.
And if you love that cigar and if that's a go-to cigar and you sell a significant number of them, all of a sudden you have this,
Right.
you know, in this world of data,
Yeah.
now you have all these data points or all these people are telling you about how this works for them.
Right. Right.
And there you go. And you end up partnering almost, I mean, it's rather hard to plan to be connected to Henderson.
Yeah.
That's a real gift to have that
Absolutely.
be
Absolutely.
the connection.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it's an amazing-
delicious cigars. I've smoked
Thank you
your
so
cigars.
much.
Yeah.
No, it's a tremendous story. I mean, of course, having Henderson, he's so talented. He's one of the youngest master blender in the games, and just like when I'm down there and we're blending together, just like this back and forth between us, me having that background from wine, his background in tobacco, obviously, it's just like just magic happens when.
Yeah,
when
he's
we're both
he's
together,
an excitable man.
Absolutely.
He gets he's very clear about what he loves.
Absolutely, yeah.
And it really shows
Yeah.
in the quality.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we had the fire you probably heard through in 2000, was it 23 or 22? So Tabacalera ADVentura had a fire. And of course, we were part of the ADVentura family, and everything burned down. We had cigars ready at the distribution department for about $900,000. Burned down. Everything burned down. And we had the decision to either going to go back to Tabacalera ADVentura or building our own factory. And yeah, we did that 2 years ago. And
You built your own factory?
Yeah, so we have our own factory, which is called Mina del Rey. Henderson is, of course, the boss down there. And it's an ADV exclusive cigar factory. And it was scary at the beginning because it's also a monster you create, and that monster wants to be fed, right? So, but it paid out. I mean, the flexibility which an own factory gives to you in terms of stores exclusive, doing new stuff and blending and aging. You know, aging is such a huge part of cigars. It's just amazing. So we are very happy that we took that.
What a
decision.
great Genesis story. So now, how many different Vitolas do you offer across the line?
Well, we started off with the Explorer having 5 Vitolas, and then 4 Vitolas for the Navigator, 4 for the Conqueror, and then normally it's 3. Normally we have a Corona size, a Robusta size, and a Toro size. And this year's release was the first time for this PCA we made a Diadema, 50x6 Diadema out of the Blue Eye Checks Revenge line. So we never did that. We always blend our cigars all from scratch. We never slapped on a Maduro wrapper on an existing blend. But due to the tremendous success of the Blue Eye Checks Revenge, people were asking for something more. So it's the first time we decided to actually do a Maduro version of an existing blend in a Diadema size, 10 count box.
And have the Swiss fully adopted your line? You talk about how difficult it is to break through in Switzerland with a line of cigars.
Yeah.
Has it been
Absolutely, So the cool thing about the European market is it takes you a long time to get into the shops. But once you're in, you're in.
The loyalty is high.
The loyalty is there. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it helps that you're showing up with a truly quality product.
Oh, no, that's an absolute must.
Yeah.
You know?
And it'd be somewhat embarrassing if you're a sommelier and Henderson is an expert on the blending of tobacco. If you show up with anything that's less than superb. I mean, you're going to hear
Absolutely.
about it.
Absolutely.
And he'd never release anything that was short of superb.
No. Absolutely not. No,
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, something started with an order of 5,000 cigars.
Yep.
In 2014.
And a relationship.
And a relationship is now a factory and close to 500,000 cigars a year production, and it's just like
fire, no fire.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
you weathered the storm.
Yeah, we came out like Phoenix out of the ashes, right?
Yeah,
so
well, and it seems
like
to be a redundant story in this industry. What Abdel's going through right now, I mean, it's
AJ
remarkable.
had it, I mean, it's just like, I mean, it's
remarkable.
Yeah.
But for them to take a packaging plant complete loss and be turned around and functional within 3 days is, I mean, it's a real resurrection story.
Absolutely.
Remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You
Thank you
must
so
be
much,
very
Stu.
proud.
Yeah, I am with the whole team, and yeah, it's just
It's fun, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Did you ever dream this is what you were going to be doing?
No.
What was,
I mean, cigars were always a passion of mine, but it was never my intention to have or be a brand owner or a factory owner or any of that. You know, I wanted to have my cigar shop because cigars are my passion, and it just became that big. You know.
Do you still have the shop?
Yes, I do.
So that's home base.
It's home base, but still, this is just like I mean, the other part, the shop is selling, right? But this is crafting something. The artisanalship, you know, craftsmanship, producing something which you're related to nature, which changes so often, so quickly, and every year, and you have to manage that. You have to guarantee a certain sustainability of blends, of tobacco quality. I mean,
well, and when you go a step further with that analogy, it's as though you're in the craft of creating a crossroads where relationships happen, because you're creating, you know, the nexus of personalities that come together over a cigar in a store. I don't know if it's your experience in Switzerland, but my experience in Minnesota is the cigar store is a melting pot of personalities, free of any labels.
Yeah, absolutely.
So all of a sudden, all the pretense is gone. You have people being themselves. Everybody, you can kind of see what they're like as a 12 or 14-year-old boy.
Right.
Mostly men. We have some women too, but it's remarkable to realize that it's the cigar that is the connection point.
Absolutely. And I think I was talking about that topic yesterday. I think that's the greatest thing about cigars.
Well, it's part of your logo too.
Yeah. It's bringing people together.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if you're a blue collar worker or you're a CEO or you're the owner of a huge corporation. It doesn't matter. Once you have a cigar in your hand, it doesn't matter. I don't think any other industry has that. Not even the wine industry.
No.
Because there is more so about what is this guy drinking? Is it a Bordeaux, whatever, or is it Burgundy wine, whatever? And then you kind of like express yourself through that label. That's not with cigars, you know. And I think that's the greatest thing about the cigar industry.
Well, that settles it. The verdict is in for PCA 2025. The theme is connection.
Yeah.
Your brand has done a brilliant job of connecting people. I am so happy to get a chance to speak with you.
Absolutely.
Boveda loves to have the opportunity to be a tag along in your story.
Yeah.
And to be able to reflect on and amplify the beauty and the blessing of connection between people.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
It's such a beautiful thing.
Couldn't
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, an absolutely unintended outcome. And here you are.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And a really remarkable brand.
Yeah,
a lot to be proud of.
Thank you. Yeah, I am. I absolutely am.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thank you for the time.
It's a great pleasure.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, Marcel Noble, ADVentura Cigars.
That's it.
This will be fun. You've got all the connect the dots and everything. Beautiful.
Perfect.
we spoke last. Are we starting?
We started.
We started.
Yeah. Wyatt, introduce yourself. Give people a point of reference so we
Sure.
can get. If you're watching, this is a live stream from PCA in New Orleans. Wyatt is the Leaf Master. There's a story here that it was partially told at a previous date, but bring them into a
Bring it back to life.
understanding.
Sure, sure. Thank you. First of all, thank you for this. A real honor as
It's
always.
our pleasure.
Pleasure is mine, sir. The Leaf Master, a business of passion that started in 2017. My background has been finance. I was specialized in IPOs, CFO of multiple conglomerates within the Middle East. And one day I woke up and I'm like, enough. I discovered cigars. And I'm like, I want to do something that I wake up every morning and I'm happy to do, as cliche as that might sound. And I started dabbling into other cigars. I mean, we come from an environment that was purely Cuban.
Right.
And I was here finishing a transaction for a client when I was, freelancing. And I ran out of my Cuban cigars and I started smoking non-Cuban cigars. And I remember the first cigar I had was an AJ Fernandez Enclave. And
I love that cigar.
I was like, wow, why don't we have these? So I come back and my partner and I, who smoked together, Abdul, who was just here, we say, why don't we get into this business? And we did. And I went from a CFO/CEO of a large company to having a Samsonite bag that has our first 7 cigars at the time, which were AJ Fernandez and Oliva. And my dad is like, bless his soul, he was like, did you lose your marbles? What's going on?
Why did we do all that?
Why did we all
sacrifice?
that?
Yeah.
And before that, I had established a cupcake business, an American bakery business for my wife. And my dad's like, first it was cupcakes, now it's cigars. What's going on?
It's getting better.
It's getting better, exactly. And I'm like, Dad, it's what I love. And he's like, that's exactly what I want you to do. I want you to wake up in the morning when you're trimming your beard, you're combing your hair, you look at yourself and you're happy with what you do. So fast forward today, the Leaf Master, at a time when it started, where there was no New World cigars in the Middle East, we're the largest distributor of New World cigars in the Middle East and Africa. And that's something that we're very proud of. We have a shop in Dubai, and we just opened a shop in Abu Dhabi 2 months ago, which, interestingly enough, is one of 2 finalists for Best of the Leaf by the PCA, the awards of which are today.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. And
in just a short period of time.
In a very short period of time. And we're very proud of it because we are cigars, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We're not a company that does olive oil, car tires, and by distribution. Oh, and by the way, we do cigars. We're cigars, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We both left our corporate life. I mean, Abdul was a partner at IBM in artificial intelligence, and he left that and he became part of the team 100%. And today we carry over 30, 35 brands. You come into our shop, there's over 950 SKUs. And we keep on growing. We cover retail, wholesale, duty-free. We do a lot of consulting for people and hotels. And we also do curated experiences for luxury brands, Cartier, LVMH, Louis Vuitton, what have you. So we do a lot of events for them. And the thing is, our approach has been taking off the chip on the shoulder, if you may, and focusing on education. We wanted people to learn. And from day one, I mean, my dad, bless his soul, when I came to him and talked to him about these cigars, and he's like, right, I'm 85. You're not going to change my palate now. It's impossible. And I'm like, that's not what I want to do. So one day I removed the ring of a cigar and we smoked it together. And he's like, that's a brilliant cigar, but this is not Cuban, because I told him they're Cubans. I'm like, wait, that does not make sense. He's like, this construction and this flavor profile, the Cubans cannot produce. I'm like, you're being conflicted here. You're not making sense.
So he's testifying better than Cuban, or different than Cuban.
I would say better even.
Yeah.
And he's like, it's like your mother. Every time I wake up in the morning, I'm like, how am I going to get rid of this lady? How am I going to kill her? And when am I going to bury her parts? But I love her, and I cannot live without her. Mom, I love you. So.
Oh.
Yes. So So and it's brilliant, you know. And ever since we've been growing education, I want to go back to that. Education has been very, very, very important because if you look at our Instagram, our social media in general, our clients for the most are between the ages of 24 and 55. I am not coming in there. I'm 54. I'm 54 myself. I'm not coming in there to change people's palates. I'm coming in there to tell you there's amazing stuff out there. Being stuck to a single cigar.
Open your mind.
Open your mind. Open your palate. You know, I'm a married man. By definition, we should be stuck to one woman. Why be stuck to a single cigar? It just does not make sense. Or a single region for that
I
matter.
date around and as far as cigars go.
Sorry?
I date around as far as cigars go.
It's exactly like this show. It's, you know,
there's so
fast
much
dating.
to see, so much to do.
It's beautiful. It's
Yeah.
beautiful. What it does to your palate, what it does to your exposure is just mind blowing. You wake up in the morning thinking, I mean, I'm lucky because we have access to so many brands. I can smoke a different cigar for the next 5 years and not have to repeat anything. Of course, you develop your favorite ones, but there's always something new for you to try. Sorry.
Well, and
experience.
you're acting as a filter to provide people with an experience. So the trust factor, people become convinced of your expertise, and they say, if Wyatt loves this, then I'm going to give it a chance.
You're spot on, and I don't want to sound facetious by saying this, but developing client trust has been key. I mentioned this in the last interview. We have people that come in. We come from the Middle East, so people have a big purchasing power,
Right.
you know? So they come to you and they're like, I want a box of this, I want a box of this, I want a box of that. And I'm like, no. And they're like, are you stupid? You don't want to sell? I'm like, no, I'm not stupid, but I'm a cigar smoker myself. And the worst thing you can ever have is being stuck with a box of 25 sticks or even 10 sticks that you don't like.
Right.
So come. Everything in our shop is available by the stick. No matter how rare, how limited edition, everything's available by the stick. Choose, smoke what you like, come back to me and tell me I want 20 boxes of that. Done.
And do you have a lounge where people can smoke right in your facility, or?
Very good question. We did not get into that. We supply many lounges, and we are very proud to be an exclusive supplier to some of the key hotels in the UAE.
So
like
you're a provider. You don't compete with them. You provide. You supply them.
We supply them, and we drive traffic to them.
And then you go to these.
Oh yeah, I mean we do a lot of activations.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of people that fly in. Fred from Oliva.
This has got to be a lot more fun than being a big shot CFO with all this financial background and corporate world, and now you're.
It's fun, but here's the beautiful part: is everything we learned in our financial life and our business and
Applies to
consulting
what you're
life,
doing.
we applied it to the business.
Well, and that's a whole other area of education. There's a lot of people that would kill for that kind of expertise.
Exactly, but again, it puts us at a challenge because we have to educate. Because everybody wants to get into the business. It's so sexy, and people think selling cigars is easy, and we always tell them selling the cigar is different than producing the cigar, is different than smoking the cigar. So one of the programs that we did to get people under our what's it called? We call it the TLM Reach. TLM Reach is if you have the budget and you're interested to get into the business. This is for small and SMEs, basically small and medium sized. We will take you under our wing. We will design your shop for you.
Beautiful.
We will do the whole thing for you. We will provide you with a line of credit.
We know what to buy. We know how much to buy. We know when to order and reorder.
Exactly. We will work with you on your success.
And you can be the proprietor of your dream.
Exactly. And because at the end of the day, your success is my success.
Right.
It's not the other way around.
Right. And I will show you some things that may not have been part of your skill set.
Exactly.
In the beginning.
Exactly. So that's why we do a lot of training. We've done training for the Dubai Duty Free. Now we've signed a beautiful relationship with the Cigar Academy. We're doing trainings for hotels.
Ricardo Carioni.
Ricardo.
Ricardo.
Dear friend.
Ricardo.
A big shout out for Ricardo.
He's one of the dearest characters in the industry. What a lovely human being.
A great man. They don't make them like that anymore.
No,
you
he does so much for so many people. It's such a delight. We had him sitting in that chair yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amazing, man. Amazing, man. So all of these things that we're working that really go around education and exposure has been a key success factor for us. You know, activations, events, flying people in, all the brands, being associated with a lot of brands. I mean, this is one of the challenges we have. We have a lot of brands that come to you and they're like, you have too many brands. But I'm like, yes, but we're the ambassadors of New World Cigars. At the end of the day, what's happening in the Middle East is exactly like what happens in the US, where people come into the shop and they're like, what's new? And you have to provide them with what's new. Okay. Not only that, we're at the PCA today. Okay. With all the geopolitical challenges that are happening in the world today, not a lot of people have access to the US. No pun intended, no disrespect, but that's a fact of life today. Right. Also for Europe, not a lot of people are able to get the Schengen visa. So for the past year and a half, I've been a member of the two PCA committees, the show committee and the content committee. And from day one, I walked in, I was like what they call a broken record. You need to go international. You need to go international. Finally, they got convinced, and I'm very happy. Thank you, Joshua, and the team, of course, and the board. And now we're having PCA coming to Dubai this November. Big deal. I'm so excited. I'm talking to you, and every time I say this, I get goosebumps.
So are we participating in Dubai?
You better be.
I don't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to talk to Sean and Tim about that before you walk away.
Of course.
I'm very intrigued by, this is such a simple question. I don't mean to derail.
No, not at all.
But your love of cigars, what do you love now? What are you excited about now? What brands have you been drawn to in this process? You know, where did your palate go? What are you? Give me 2 or 3 things that you're just. I found this. It works for me. I love this. It's a part of my collection.
I love bold cigars.
Bold.
I love bold cigars. I love full body cigars. And for me, the weekend is the most beautiful thing because I can wake up. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
I can wake up and have the most phenomenal, strong, full bodied cigar. And that can be the end of my day for 2-3 hours because that knocked me out. But I love that. Exposure is a beautiful thing. I have to admit, I was not a person that loved Connecticut. Now, I'm just
Whose
obsessed.
Connecticut are you crazy about?
So one of the Connecticut's that I absolutely love is from AJ Fernandez. Okay. And I find a lot of them now are coming. I mean, I'm smoking, well, this is a Habano, it's not a what's it called. I'm smoking a Goldie from La Palina. I just keep on discovering. It's very difficult. I mean, as cliche as it might sound, it's like telling me I have 2 daughters, Karma or Taima. Which one do you love more? And it just depends.
You love them all.
I love them all.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to get a bad cigar from AJ. It would never get beyond his. I
mean, you have brands where it's difficult to have a bad cigar. AJ, Oliva, Foundation. You know, yeah. There you go. It's Nicholas.
Have you had him involved?
Of course. Of course. We sell
hands down my favorite human in the industry.
We sell a lot of Foundation
and there's a lot of people
cigars.
who love in this industry, but he is so wonderful. He sat here yesterday.
No, I mean, Nick, that smile is just an entry to his heart.
And to his credit, he started in a retail store. He earned his wings.
There you go.
He went to find himself.
There you go.
He works with Jonathan Drew.
Yes.
They have that marvelous legacy of production with Jonathan Drew.
Yeah.
He starts his own. It's ridiculous how much I love in that. I mean, I'm not. I haven't connected to the upsetters yet, but the Olmec and the Charter Oak and
everything.
The Axum.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Both Axum, but that
Tabernacle.
The Tabernacles are off the charts. Are those popular in your?
Very popular.
Okay.
Very, very popular. We carry his entire spectrum of cigars.
Yeah.
It's one of the few brands where whatever he produces.
10th anniversary, I guarantee you that 10th anniversary is going to be a killer.
It's going to be a killer. It's going to be a killer. And he's very, there are personalities in this industry that are beyond humble. You know,
And
somebody
he's-
that has
yeah.
achieved so much can have the worst attitude. But this guy, every time I see him, he's more humble than ever.
Yeah.
You know, and you got to give him that much.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love the guy.
Yeah. So we continue to grow. We, as I told you, we started from Dubai. We opened in Abu Dhabi. We're also looking into another couple of interesting locations in Dubai. The access we're getting, and this is very humbling for us, with the kind of local, regional, international reputation, our access to location has been amazing, you know. And we're also getting into Ras Al Khaimah, which not a lot of people know is the first country in the GCC to get a license for casinos. So we're getting into that because you have to be part of that business. You know, it has a lot of growth potential. So yeah, I mean,
what an exciting trip! What a great story!
It's a beautiful.
And this started how long ago?
2017.
So it's not that long.
It's not that long. 2017, and our first shop was opened in December 15th, I would say 2018. And then we just opened the second shop in Abu Dhabi at the Rosewood Hotel on the 2nd of Jan. And we continue to grow.
And are there other opportunities within the Rosewood constellation where they would do, or are you staying within that territory, or can you go within the Rosewood brand? Are there opportunities to expand?
You can, but at the end of the day, what you have to invest in, which is what we did, your supply chain. Okay, so the problem with having too many physical locations is the cost associated with that, especially that we come from an environment where taxes combined or compounded, I should say, taxes are 250%.
And they're all paid before you market anything.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That's why one of the options that we have for a lot of our retailers and a lot of the HoReCa clients that we work with, no matter how you look about this business, it's a business of cash flow. It's managing your cash flow. Again, going back to our experience, you manage your cash flow, you're good. So what I do to a lot of clients, and I'm like, you want a higher margin? Done. Come buy from my bonded warehouse. And this is the bless of working out of the UAE, more particularly in Dubai, because they have the bonded warehouse to the T, you know. So come buy from my bonded warehouse and you deal with the cash payments of the taxes and the clearance and all of that stuff. And lo and behold, he has an amazing margin. He's happier.
So your bonded warehouse acts as a cash and carry.
Exactly.
Yeah, beautiful.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Exactly. You know.
How about accessories? Are there other lines that you've included on top of cigars? Have you gotten into cutters, lighters, humidors, things of that sort that go along with it?
Of course. And we're very humbled because the kind of brands we deal with, whether Elie Bleu, Porsche Design, Macaroon, all of these guys are huge. And
Cyril sat in that seat yesterday.
Did he really?
Yeah. We reenacted the unveiling of the Opus.
Wow.
And that is so spectacular what he did.
Amazing.
And we had the blessing of Carlito just happened to be walking by while we were doing it. And he was hilarious. He came in. We had the graciousness and the generosity of these characters, these icons and leaders in the industry is magnificent.
You just mentioned a magical name, and I'm happy to sound very typical. Carlito. Oh my God! Again, a name you mentioned. I mean, every time we see each other,
wouldn't it be fun to sit and have dinner with Carlito, Carione, Nick? I mean, think about some of these characters where you'd give your left arm for an opportunity to just spend an evening with them over dinner and conversation and to understand what it is. That there's a passion for living in the moment.
Correct.
That is common amongst each one of these personalities. It's
Correct.
just inspiring.
Correct. Very true. And if I tell you one thing, if I can promise you one thing about PCA in Dubai, that dinner you're mentioning, I'll make sure it happens.
Oh, that's good. Well, but when we're done here, we're going to talk to Sean and Tim.
Please.
Because we have a CFO that is, cash flow is king, and we're doing the same thing.
We speak the same language.
Day after day. But this Dubai opportunity is, and I would volunteer. Matt, do you want to come and shoot in Dubai? Yeah, I think.
Let me show you my Dubai. It's just brilliant.
Yeah.
That city, what it offered us, that support it gave us for our success. Yes, a lot of people say 250%, that's absurd, that's crazy. But what that city offers you, I mean, everything is done. Imagine you're in the tobacco business. You register, you order, you receive everything online. I don't see my cigars till they arrive into my warehouse. They're such professional, well-structured people. You got to give them that much. And it's amazing. I travel, I leave Dubai for 20 days, like this trip, for example. You come back and you see new stuff that happened in 20 days.
Yeah.
So it's a brilliant city.
Well, and this show has got to be a gold mine for you in terms of relationships.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. And this just started as a guy, a corporate propeller head that decided he loves cigars more than anything?
Look, I pinch myself repeatedly while I'm here.
Isn't
This
that
is
great?
probably our 7th year at PCA. And every time I come here, I'm not going to use the same thing of a kid in a candy store. Yes, but it's more than that. It's the emotions. It's the next step. It's people you come across and you break a deal with them with a handshake, etc., etc., etc. Now, the business does not come with problems. The problem is the gray markets that are developing. The people that want to get into this business where they're not giving it their heart and soul. They think, okay, so I'm going to open a shop.
Opportunists.
Yeah, I'm going to open a shop. I'm going to put somebody random in it that does not understand.
Yeah.
You look at my team. My team come from zero cigar background, and that's my condition. So my team are the top people in my team are a wine sommelier, a coffee expert, a perfumery expert.
Beautiful.
And what's beautiful about these people is when you sit there and talk to them. I mean, the guy of perfumes will talk to you about the smells you get in your
We
cigars.
just had the sommelier that is Henderson's partner in ADVentura now.
Yeah, of course.
Marcel. He sat in that chair right before you.
Marcel.
Lovely guy.
Lovely guy. By the way, we did an amazing cigar with them, an Abu Dhabi edition to celebrate the opening. We did the same thing with the Aladino too.
And that Andrea Justo's daughter, Andrea, will be sitting there in a few minutes.
She's amazing.
I
love her.
The
way his daughters are going around the business. I mean, going back to the new generations that are going to take these businesses, it's a huge
fun. Justo is another character.
Yeah.
And Julio, but Justo, the lovability of Justo, and what he's done with those that Corojo and Honduran aspect of it is just magnificent.
Oh my God!
Well, you're in a beautiful spot for a guy
I am.
You could have had a
so
midlife
happy.
crisis and you didn't. You just found a new passion.
I had it, but I had it a bit too early, and my wife was like, "Wake up!" I had it a bit too early.
How's she doing now with your adventure?
You know what?
Is she here?
Permission? No, she's not. I wish she was. I'm meeting her in New York later. But she is, and I don't mean to be sexist in any way, shape, or form, but your wife makes you or breaks you. What Dana has done to support my business, to support me, to give me the room, to give me the encouragement is unbelievable. I could not give her enough credit.
Beautiful.
Same goes for my mother. I mean, my mother, my daughters, my sisters. When I was here last time on the interview, I had lost my dad 4 days before that. So I was sitting here having the interview with you guys. It was Rob at the time. And I remember my mom, she's like, don't you need to go to the US for the PCA? And I'm like, yeah, but she's like, he would want you to go. And I booked my ticket and I came, and it was, interestingly enough, one of the best shows that I had. It's almost like he was carrying me throughout it.
We just had the conversation with Enrique Cejas about losing Jose last November. And he sat there and I had the picture of Jose right here. And we had the interview about this is the para Jose Cejas.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And that whole opportunity, those stories, again, it's such a privilege for us to be a part of these stories. And we're thrilled that you've had such success in developing Abu Dhabi and Dubai, and who knows where else it will go.
Yeah. I mean, we have a regional outlook, and we're going to continue. It's difficult. It's not easy. It's fun, though. You wake up in the morning looking forward to go to your business, and that's worth a lot.
Thank you so much for letting Boveda know about your adventure so that we can tell the world about your adventure. And you and I have got to go talk to Sean and Tim about this Dubai
Definitely.
experience.
Thank you for giving us the chance. This show is phenomenal. We are so proud to be carrying Boveda in the UAE. And it's such an amazing, I don't want to call it invention. It's not a concept. It is a timeless thought that just keeps on getting better. Thank you.
Thanks. It's a privilege. Unsolicited commercials are welcome.
Yeah.
I appreciate
But I
that.
mean it. I mean,
yeah, no,
I
it's
really
great.
do.
And I mean, you have some significant climate
Challenges.
constraints with cigars in your area.
Yeah.
So that's a great spot for us to be solving problems.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
I really
Thank
appreciate you,
sir.
my friend.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we'll
I
do this
appreciate
again.
You more.
We have to do this every time.
Done.
Yeah, even if it's only for 10 or 15 minutes, we got to keep getting updates.
Please.
And
done.
we're live streaming from PCA in New Orleans, Louisiana. Red, thank you so much.
Thank you,
the
sir.
Leaf Master, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. The world of cigars is growing.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's a real pleasure. Thanks for the privilege.
Thank you. The
All
privilege
right.
is mine. Thank you.
Right on, buddy. we come down and do a little documentary. And
I would love to have you guys.
Yeah.
I've been a supporter of Boveda ever since the beginning. I've known the guys ever since they started, and I've always been very curious about everything. And when they first started with Boveda, I got them, and I did my own test in the factory, and I'm like, this works. And ever since, I've always used Boveda, and I recommend it to all my customers as well. Because I've known the guys since the beginning.
That's a very good drop to start with. We're live streaming from PCA in
we're
New
live.
Orleans. We have been.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I love how you ease into it. It's great.
We tricked you, and you didn't say anything embarrassing. It was all very, very nice. We're at PCA. We're in New Orleans. We're live streaming, and Ostos Fernandez, Tabacalera La Isla.
Yeah, La Isla. Yes.
La Isla. Close. I'm no habla.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, but you're involved with a lot of really iconic cigar lines.
Yeah, man. I've been lucky enough since when I started the factory that I'm turned 40 in November last year, and I've been doing this for 25 years because I started when I was 15 years old working in a family business. I worked summers when I was in high school. Then I went into college. It was part-time college, part-time work. And then when I graduated college, I just kept working. I've never stopped working the cigar business. I fell in love with it when I was a kid. I've always liked smoking cigars. I've always liked the smell of tobacco. So I've always been around it. So lucky enough, when I started Tabacalera La Isla, I had been around the industry for so long. I had a lot of friends, a lot of customers, a lot of people that I knew. And it was amazing for me when I started because all these brands that are very known brands, big people in the industry, they gave me a chance.
Yeah, and you can talk about those brands openly if you'd like to.
Okay, yeah, like I do a lot of brands. I have over 45 different customers now. So one of the brands that I produce is Warped with Kyle Gellis. I do all of his lines out of Dominican Republic. I do a lot of cigars for Enrique Cejas with Matilde that we were talking about previously. I make cigars for the guys from Casa 1910, the Mexican cigars. I do the Dominican line of cigars, great cigars. And I've worked with other vendors like also cigarclub.com, my cigar pack, and all these type of subscription companies as well. But it's mostly been private labels. I don't do my own brand. I show my customers that I concentrate on their products. And I love being in the factory. It's always been my thing. And I like creating new products every day at the factory. So me being there, making cigars for other people, for me is the fun part of it as well.
So this has got to be a fun part of it being at PCA.
Oh yeah, I've never missed a PCA since 2008. Because this is where you need to be. We have a saying in DR, if you want to be in it, you got to be there.
So one of the themes that's come through all of these conversations, and there have been many that have sat in that chair over the last 2 days, Ricardo Carioni brought it up. He was talking about connection. He was talking about family. He was talking about friends that show up when tragedy happens. What happened to Abdel with his packaging plant.
It's crazy. And that's the beauty of the cigar industry. When things like that happen, everybody supports themselves, Everybody's a competitor, but at the end of the day, we're such a small industry. A lot of people are surprised that are not part of the industry when I tell them there's no contracts kind of in this industry. It's all about a handshake deal. It's all about trust. Everybody knows each other, and everybody knows who to trust and who to not trust.
And what industry can you say that about?
I don't know one that you can say that about. And they're always surprised. There's no contracts. I'm like, no. And how does that work? And I tell them, listen, I always tell this to the customers as well. It's not about selling you cigars once or doing one run of a production. It's all about the reorders and the brand growing. That's where the real business is. How do you make that happen? The product needs to be on point. I can talk to you about the tobaccos all day. I can talk to you about where they were sourced, where they were grown, who rolled them. If the cigar doesn't perform, you're going to lose all that story. The cigar needs to talk for itself.
So do you, are you the blender? And you're the constructor?
Correct. And the factory, what I deal with mostly is blending. We're blending new cigars every day. Like this cigar that I'm smoking is a cigar that's not released. We blend new blends every week, and I'm always trying new things. And then part of that, whatever the customer decides, that's when we plan production, when we get the tobaccos, we get the materials we need, and we plan everything going forward. But for me, that's the most fun part of it is blending cigars, because you're always...
And then sourcing the tobacco as well?
Yes, because I'm a factory that I do not buy huge lots of tobacco. Why? Because I don't want to have a huge lot of a specific seed where I'm going to have to force myself to use it because I bought it and it's there. More of When customers come to me, I tell them, what do you need? They're like, what do you mean? Like, what tobaccos do you like? What interested you? And when they give me options, I go and find it. Obviously, I need to find amounts that work for a lot of cigars because I don't want to do one run and then run out of the tobacco. So it's all about, for me, playing that game of sourcing tobaccos. I work with the biggest suppliers in DR. I've known them for a while. We have great relationships, and they always, every time they have something new, they always let me know, and I'm always trying new stuff. So for me, that's the fun part of it too. I'm always trying to find different tobaccos and source different things, because my goal is to make cigars that are a little bit different. You know, people might say what they say. They have their thoughts of this country or that country. I want people to talk about the cigars, not that, oh, this is Nicaragua, or this is DR, or this is that. I'm more of a, even a lot of customers, when I send them blends, they're like, what's this? What's in the blend? I'm like, smoke the cigar first. I want to hear your
why do you
opinion.
care until you like it or not?
But when you tell them what the tobacco is, they start thinking about what they think it's going to taste like. And for me, that is the fun part of it. When I get cigars without a band, I'm like, oh, what's this? What is this tobacco? What is this taste that I'm getting?
And they're going to vary, even if it's within their mind's eye of what they think it's supposed to be. There are so many variations.
It's and even variations of same seed, different crop years. If it rained more that year, if it's drier that year, it all varies. That's why I'm one of the annoying tobacco buyers, because when I buy tobacco, I need to open up every bale, see the tobacco, smoke the tobacco, and check everything.
What do you love to smoke?
I usually smoke more full-bodied cigars.
So if you were to pick three that right off the top of your head are iconic brands that we'd recognize that you love, what would you say?
It's a hard question. You know, a lot of people ask me that. Like, a lot of people have asked me, like, what's your favorite cigar that you smoke, for example? And for me, it's a different type of experience. For me, it's my favorite cigars that I smoke were at specific moments when I smoked them. Because I've smoked so many cigars along the years that it's tough.
Wonderfully polite way of not outing.
Well, I'll give you an example of that. I remember when I had my daughter, and it was, you know, when you have a baby, it's a long couple of hours. You spend a lot of time in the hospital.
Especially a daughter.
Yeah. So after we had our daughter and everything was good, everybody was back at the house, I told my wife, I got to run some errands. I just went to a cigar shop and sat there for 2 hours smoking cigars.
What'd you smoke?
I smoked a Padron, actually.
Good call.
Enough, because I had been gifted one a few days prior. And I said, you know what? I'm going to smoke this. Very good cigar. But for me, it was a great cigar because of that moment where I was like, finally I can relax and just smoke something in peace. So for me, it's all about moments, not specific brands, let's say. Because every time I've been asked that, it's very hard for me to pinpoint a specific cigar.
Because you don't have a regular smoking pattern. You don't have...
I smoke it all, my friend.
Well, and I'm a copycat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then a lot of us are copycats. We don't have the privilege you do to have this palette of it's like a palette of color.
You're too kind still. You're too
No,
kind.
I mean, seriously, you have this palette of color in front of you at all times, and you're constantly going through this evolving
and it's
adventure.
a little bit, and the way that I smoke cigars, I don't know how, it's a little bit different because every time we're smoking cigars, we're checking things, we're looking for what it has, that this is interesting. So those moments that I tell you were moments where I wasn't thinking about any of that. I was just enjoying the cigar, enjoying the moment. And that for me are the special cigars. There's a few cigars here and there where I've had moments like that, and those are the ones I remember. Not because it was a specific brand or just because I smoked that brand or this brand. There's cigars I've enjoyed at wedding celebrations where I'm like, this cigar is amazing, but it's because I'm having such a good time with family and friends. So I see it more along those lines than anything else.
Well, and we talk about sort of the unspoken ethic in the business. It's intriguing to me when we sat with Lito and Antonio last year talking about the boom and the bust and the shortages in tobacco and how people went out of their way to make sure that Lito had his Cameroon when
it was very tough to find.
In any other business, it would have been sorry.
And it's funny, Drew, I'm not going to mention any names, but a lot of my tobaccos that I buy too is from other companies that have tobaccos from different countries that I can't find anywhere else. They've always opened the doors to me. Even when I started the factory, there was a couple of guys that are big brands. And now that you mentioned Lito is one of the best. They're like family to me. Tony is one of my best friends. Lito's like an uncle to me. And he was one of the first when I opened the factory. He sent me molds, sent me presses, sent me tables. use and return them whenever you want. Everybody was very helpful. I had other people send me tables.
Use and return them whenever you want.
It's like keep them, do what you got to do. There's no pressure. And thankfully, it felt very nice when I was able to say thank you and returned everything, because we've been growing a lot. Thankfully, the factory we started.
But who does that?
What industry does that?
Nobody does that.
That's the beauty of the cigar business. And I'm only singling out Lido, but there was other people that send me stuff without me just even asking. There's people that I called, hey, how are you doing this? Come over to the factory, sit down with me, because I've been lucky that I've grown up amongst all these people. And it's one of the things of this industry that I always say that people are like, really? Nobody else would do that. I'm like, we're competitors, but we're still friends at the same time. Even us as a small factory, our second year, we were happily introduced and invited to be a member of Pro Cigar. So we became the first small boutique cigar factory to become a member of Pro Cigar, because they saw the way that I'm trying to do things in the right way as a new generation of coming up, and I was ecstatic to be part of it,
So there is a standard that I will throw out there that is, it's kind of a no-brainer. The work ethic in the tobacco industry is remarkable.
It is.
And Lito's a great example. I mean, Lito's attitude about everything, if it doesn't go his way, is I need to work harder.
Correct. And that's the way to do it. And even like when I started the factory, I had an idea of how I wanted to set it up. But a lot of these guys like Lido and other big guys visited me at the factory, and they started saying nice things. And I would say, I don't need nice things. Tell me what I got to fix. Tell me what's wrong. Tell me what you think should be done this way or that way. And I've always listened, because at the end of the day, you have to listen to your peers. There's guys that have been doing this for a long time. A lot of people ask me, like, why don't you ferment your own tobaccos? Because I usually buy my tobaccos ready to go. And my answer is the people I buy from know more about farming tobacco than I do, because they've been doing it for over 50 years. So I'm very always learning, always listening. And I've been lucky enough to be around people that know what they're doing, because they've been doing it for a long time. And they've been giving you quality product for a long time.
And you're supplying the brands. There's no,
I don't do my own brand. I only do private labels.
Have you been tempted?
I've been tempted, and I've been asked a lot about it. But when I started the factory, I went with the private label because I wanted to show the customers that I'm concentrating on them 100%. Doesn't mean that other factories that do their own thing don't do that. But for me, it's all about showing them that the tobaccos I'm getting are for them. My priorities are them. And thank God, it's been such a lot of work that we've gotten in the factory where I haven't even had time to think about it, which is a blessing in disguise, because I'm basically so busy that even doing that right now, it's not even possible. This is our 5th year, and we're already up to 16 pairs of cigar makers. We have over 85 employees in the factory, and every day I stand out there and I'm like, this is unbelievable. I can't believe it.
And you know them all.
I know them all by name, and a lot of them, that at least 40% of them, the first 10 or 15 are still there with me, because we also are very, very careful in the way that we treat our employees at the factory as well. We take care of them every chance we get. We give them great materials so they can work. We put another thing that I did that people told me I was a little crazy during my 2nd year of the factory. I closed up the whole factory, temperature controlled the whole thing, put ACs in, and have the whole thing from shipping to sorting to everything controlled in the temperature. Why? For the tobaccos, for the employees, so they have a better work environment, and it's great for
Is
all
that
other
common
things.
in factories?
Not really. It isn't. And especially for smaller factories, it's not common. It's always regular temperatures. But I noticed during the years that every time it's rainy or it's very dry, it gets very hot, it gets a little humid, it affects the cigars in some way.
It affects everything.
Yeah. So we try to keep everything in a controlled environment. That way, when it leaves the factory, I'm one of these guys that says, when I sell you the car, you can drive the car at 200 miles. It's not I'm selling you a car that can tell you can accelerate it in 3 weeks. The cigars are ready to go when I ship them out. So that's why we try to control as much as we can.
What percentage of your production ends up being protected by Boveda?
I would say about 60% right now.
That's a lot.
Yeah, because I was telling the guys right now before we sat down, I always recommend it to my customers. One of the things is the price is amazing. I always tell them this is a no-brainer. You guys get the Bovedas. It's a great price, and you have an extra protection in your cigars. You get a nice seal for your box as well. And I've always been a believer of Boveda. So
and there has been an identification at retail where people see the Boveda packed with Boveda identification, and they connect the dots.
Yeah, and people, when they connect the dots, they know it adds to the product, And some people, even when they buy a box, they get this, they use it. They put it in a bag.
Oh, and it keeps going until it
keeps
gets
going,
hard.
and it keeps going from hand to hand all
Yep.
the time. Yeah. So I always recommend it. These are the ones that we actually use this size. I always recommend it to my customers because it's an add-on. And at the end of the day, Drew, the more my customers sell, the more cigars I make for them.
Yeah,
You know,
and you get loyalty.
and I'm trying to. This is something that's going to help the product. Why not recommend something that's going to help the product? For me, it's easy math. You know what I mean?
We're sitting with Hostos Fernandez, Tabacalera Isla. Am I close?
Correct.
Okay. What a privilege.
Well, thank you. I hope I wasn't.
Whose
boring
idea
you
was
too
this?
much.
Did Staus get you into this?
For this interview? Yeah, it was Mike. It was
Okay.
Mike. Mike told me, and I said, of course, because I've seen
Yeah.
what you guys do, and I love it.
Well, and so now think creatively about what we can do to be more helpful. I mean, our attitude is we're there. All these stories, all these brands that we have the privilege of telling their story. We're an asterisk on their business. It's not about Boveda. It's about their quality and their relationships and us enhancing what they do. So help us be more
trust
helpful.
me. You can ask the guys. I'm always giving suggestions and idea because I like getting suggestions and ideas. So I also give them, and it's always for the betterment. So I'm always talking with Mike or talking with the guys about, hey, how about we do it this way or that way? I always tell them you can listen to my suggestion or not listen to it, but I'm going to throw it out there because it's always going to be trying to help. You know what I mean? And for me, it's like I told you at the beginning of this. I've always worked with you guys because I believe in the product and it does really work.
Well, and thank you for supporting us, and thank you for everything you do for all these great brands.
Thank you very much, man. I'm trying my best. At the end of the day, one of the things that we really concentrate at the factory is all about construction. At the end of the day, taste is subjective. You might love a cigar that I don't love, but it doesn't mean that you're wrong and I'm right. If the cigars are constructed right and the blend is coming through how it was supposed to come through, I sleep like a baby. At the end of the day, it's all about that.
My main distraction lately is right there.
Good cigars, man. Nick is killing it. He's killing it.
And what a dear man.
He's a good guy and his products are great. I couldn't be happier for him because I've known him for a while too, and I've seen him grow. And every time I see him, I tell him the same thing. It's amazing what you're doing, man.
Yeah.
And he really loves tobacco.
He loves tobacco. He loves people.
Oh yeah, it's great. Yeah. Man. I'm happy to be part of this industry because
anyway, enough about him. I keep doing that. It's really a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you too.
Let's do it again.
My pleasure.
Think about things that we can do to be more helpful.
Will do. Yeah. And same to you guys. Whatever you see that I could do better, I'm all ears.
It's a great pleasure.
It's a pleasure to meet you, man.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Huh?
Yeah. Live streaming from, did you already turn it off? We're at PCA. We're in New Orleans.
Thank you.
We got about a half a day left of the live stream, and it has been an absolute privilege to tell these stories. Hang around. We'll be back with more stories.
Oh, yeah. Thank you guys for the opportunity.
Thank you. Streaming from PCA 2025, and one of the delightful things that happens when you come to this show with regularity is you meet people and you start to like them and you become friends and you discover all sorts of things about them that just endear them to you. And one of those chaps is Neil Garcia. He has a spectacular, should I have a show and tell? I'll do the show and tell.
Sure.
Be right with you. We're live streaming PCA 2025. It's live TV. Stuff happens. Okay, so the company is Jake Wyatt. It's Jake because his son's name is Jake. It's Wyatt because his founding partner's son's name was Wyatt. It's now Neil Garcia's line. He bought out his partner. The Jake Wyatt Cigar Company. I mean, the branding on this is exceptional.
I appreciate it.
And I have yet, I smoked one of your cigars when I first met you.
You may have. That's
yeah,
right.
I was walking around with Rob.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think I did, but you didn't have the Candela then.
We did, but you probably weren't aware, or we
You
may
were
have
probably
just brought
out
it
of
up.
it.
Probably.
Because you run out of it a lot.
Yes, it goes very quick. It's done great.
So
for
look
us.
at these beauties. Here, where do you want me to go? Over there? Just like that, and you can adjust from there. Okay, so go ahead and talk about the line. This is Neil Garcia,
Hello,
live
everybody.
in person.
Great to be here. Yeah, this is obviously our gourmet collection Corona Gorda sampler, and it has a lot of unique intricacies due to our background, but we have our Appendix 2, which is near and dear to us. There's a little page called
If you know, you know.
567.
If you don't know, don't worry about it.
That's correct. That's our Ecuadorian Connecticut, super smooth, elegant cigar. Our fourth dimension.
Fourth dimension. If you know, you know.
If
But
you
if
know,
you
you
don't
know.
know, don't worry about it.
Correct. And that's our Habano Rosado. Excellent stick. That was our original blend when we first started this thing, and it turned out outstanding for us. Our next San Andreas, which is our Herbert Spencer.
Herbert
and
Spencer. If you don't know about Herbert Spencer, don't worry about it.
thank you very much.
But if you know, you know.
This is correct. And our Candela, which was a project that turned out outstanding for us. That's called the Lucid Interval.
Lucid interval. If you don't know about a lucid interval, don't worry about it.
This is
but if
correct.
if you know, you know.
And finally, in there, our final one is also Habano Escudo. It's a wonderful cigar, and that was a near dear friend of mine, my mentor, sponsor, best man in my life, saved my life. He had a saying, which is also, if you know, you know, but it's the acronym is USIR, which stands for you're tapping into an unsuspected inner resource.
Unsuspected inner resource. That's a promising name for a cigar,
isn't it? So yeah, when we launched that, this was obviously a love affair, what you wouldn't believe, and obviously turned into a cigar brand. But again, it's been outstanding.
If you don't know about an unsuspected inner resource, don't worry about it.
That's true.
But if you know, you know.
That
and
is
if you'd
true.
like to solve the riddle and send 2 box tops to Boveda, we'll have a prize for you. But
That's
this is a real delight. So personally, going back to the beginning, my first recollection of our conversation was we talked about baseball.
Yes.
And you're a baseball player.
I played a little bit. It's been a minute, but I played a little bit.
And at a high level.
Yeah, I played for about 8 years professionally. I came up, obviously went to University of Nevada, Reno, where I played college ball. I was drafted out of there by the Detroit Tigers. Spent 2 years with them. I was traded to the Tampa Bay Devil Rays when they came in through the expansion draft and spent about 5 years there. And I finished with the Cleveland Indians. A little side note of that, obviously the company named after our boys. My brother was he's probably a better player than I was. My son played. He's left-handed.
Was he a catcher too?
No, he was a middle infielder. I was as well, converted to a catcher. And later in time, the catching position is turned to more of an athletic position, and you had to have some quick feet and that kind of stuff, to where years ago it was more of a brute force type.
We used to put the fat guy behind the plate.
Precisely.
Yeah.
So
did I say that out loud? I'm
No.
so sorry to any catcher out there that's feeling a little overweight.
that's true.
That's just mean and unnecessary. I digress.
But at least they used to hit the crap out of the ball. So
Yeah.
that's what they used to do. So anyhow, that was that. And we all wore jersey number 22. I took it from my brother. My son took it from me. And something about our cigar line, we have 22 count boxes, which is my son's contribution to the line.
I like it.
It's a unique size. I mean, a unique count, but it's pretty cool.
And they've been involved from the get-go?
Oh God, yeah. No, my son's still he's in college now, which allows us to do a lot more of this. I coached him forever till he got into high school, and now he's up at college up in LA, going to school, studying his butt off. And now he's not playing anymore because he's much smarter than you and I both were, Drew. Thank God. But he's kicking ass and doing a great job. I love him to death.
So these cigars have a tremendous reputation.
I appreciate that.
And you have your own factory.
We do. Yeah. So we had to just made that major decision when we first launched. This was nothing more than an avocation when we started. It was a love of the leaf, they say, and
Right.
it turned into a heck of a lot more. Gained a lot of notoriety and exposure without having that as the intention of what we were doing. So we made the decision to go, if we were going to do it and go all in, we took down a factory. It's right outside Tamboril in Gurabo Free Trade Zone. And it's about 20,000 square feet. We've been growing like crazy. And now it's been a full-time gig.
Do you speak of the language?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Not fluent.
You go down there a lot?
I do. Yeah. Well, early on, I was down there shoot once a month for quite a while as we were growing it. Now I'm back maybe once a quarter. This past year, I've been on the road a ton. I've only was down twice last year. So I need to get back down there. We'll be down there in June. So
Do you love it down there?
I do. I really do. The people are great. The culture's outstanding. And obviously it's the industry as a whole, there's so much going on there.
This is
really
beautiful.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, this is really extraordinary. Did you see a bunch of examples of these kind of specialized boutique things?
No, we got an unbelievable marketing team. I love the detail. One of our original rollers he used to do a lot of rolling with all the LFD Artisticos way back in the day. I wish we could have corralled him to be more of a full-time guy, but he was more like an artisan. So he trained a lot of our guys. And I'll show you some of that original artwork he did. Is amazing.
I love this detail at the top.
Yeah.
I have smoked your cigars because I've smoked a few like that. I actually smoked one of these during an interview at a different
did you?
TPE, I think we were at TPE. But it's the art.
It's beautiful.
In the wrapper is just spectacular.
Yeah, if we didn't own the factory, I wouldn't be able to do it because it takes us 2 extra days to put the art onto the cigar. So it's become a signature. It's beautiful. And again, I think they're absolutely wonderful. We make a very flavor-forward cigar, so it's
So do you make cigars for other people too?
We do a little bit, yeah. We do some white label stuff with some of our key accounts, and we've done some stuff for that. But generally, it's all of our stuff. I mean, we're open to it, and we've done it, and we'll continue to do it.
And this came into being what year?
This was the year 2020. Inception was 2017 when we
launched. So this is only 5 years old?
5 years old. Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's ridiculous progress in 5 years.
It's come a long way. And again, I was still coaching. My son's now a sophomore in college. So once he went away to school the last 2 years, we've really gone after it and gained a lot of exposure, which is great. The funnest part is doing stuff like this. Mm-hmm. I'm all over the place doing events, cutting lights, big events, going to see some of our prime accounts, and you just get to have a cigar and shoot the breeze with a bunch of guys. It's pretty cool.
So when did you start being a cigar guy?
Well, it happened at the tail end of my career is how it happened. And I was a catcher, and all the pitchers, we call them non-athletes. Sorry if you're a pitcher out there, because they play every 5 days and make all the damn money. And I would catch all their bullpens. But on their off days, they're playing a shit ton of golf. Excuse my language. And I'd get out on the golf course with them, and they were smoking fine Cuban cigars. This was 22, 23 years ago. And that's how it started. And I'll never forget. It was a H. Upman Churchill was my first cigar, and the flavor that left in my mouth after hitting about a 90 on the front 9 was unbelievable. And I didn't even play golf back then.
So you loved the cigar?
Oh, God, off the charts. And then I got hooked, and we ended up back home in the off season, hanging out at our local shop in Orange County. And one thing led to another, became regulars at that shop. That family owned about 4 other locations, and the old man passed away fairly suddenly, and then I was done playing at those times, got involved with a lot of business stuff, a lot of marketing stuff, and I helped them after he had passed.
With the store?
With the store, and I have some tech background, so I built out a website for them. And in doing that, it was probably, 1,500, 2,000 SKUs. So with the creation of that.
So that's the number of SKUs that are the items that are on sale in the store?
No, on their online.
On their online.
And then they had their own retail presence as well. But I learned a lot unbeknownst to me, just by building that out about blends, obviously fillers, wrappers, binders, that kind of stuff. So I gained a lot of education. And then in doing that, we one of the early boutique companies wanted to do an exclusive with their shop. And that's what eventually took us down to the DR. It took me about 6 months to even agree to go down because I was coaching and I wasn't going to miss a weekend for nothing, because those were great days. And we ended up down at La Aurora's factory with Manuel and Noah, who you know, salt of the earth, great guy. And he does a lot of cigar education stuff all over the country, all over the world for that matter. And he walked us through with 3 of us in their large conference room, smoking a cigar, one of his seminars that he was just tidying up. And it was amazing from seed to shelf.
So this is your first in-depth experience in Dominican Republic is with the La Aurora crew.
Correct. And I was fortunate to do that.
That's spectacular.
100%. And that was outstanding. And Manuel, as you know, just a great guy. And he was going over, obviously, history, soil, plants, pure grade, the whole enchilada. And, man, I was hooked. I mean, I just am all, is this something we could really dive into? And anyone can, you know, you can go white label cigar down there anywhere you want.
Right.
But I had no interest in that. But that started the itch and started interviewing a bunch of different factories. Through relationships, ended up getting introduced to our master blender. It became a love affair right away, and we hit it off. And it's crazy, man. It started, and now it's been nuts.
And now I think what you said the other day was you have somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 facings?
No, we have 8 lines.
8 times.
8 times. So we have Robusto, Toro, Corona Gorda. We have Lanceros, and we have a few Elie. So, yeah, there's probably, about 40, 42 facings. You're right.
That's
on there.
a lot.
It's a lot.
I try to listen.
Yeah, you do a pretty good job.
I've been fast. Well, and then I got sucked in because we have all these, if you know things in common. And it's suddenly I've gone from being, I found you interesting.
I appreciate it.
I appreciated the retired big leaguer. That's a big deal to me. That's not a hurdle that a lot of people are able to get over.
Sure. Isn't that funny though? Your energy too, out of the gate. I remember. I don't remember if it was a TPE or PCA.
It was one of those combined deals where there were like 8 or 10 brands in a pavilion in the center section.
That was TPE.
You were one of those.
Yep.
And we stood there because you were talking to Rob about something, and then it's just a vibe.
Yeah.
It's a vibe.
Yeah.
Okay, so La Aurora, profound impact. Any other standout mentors in the DR that reached you, touched you, offered their support?
I mean, there's quite a bit. I mean, obviously, Ram over at Artista was huge help. It's his whole staff, unbelievable people. Hochi's done a lot with us from tobacco perspective. The Reyes family. I mean, there's so many, and it's a small world down there. And then obviously experiencing the cuisine down there isn't too bad. Having a dinner and a cigar at Saga wasn't a bad situation either. But a lot of great people.
Is Saga the Reyes restaurant?
I believe it is. Okay. Yeah, and that's
Saga is their cigar line.
Yes.
One of their cigar
and that's
lines.
a great. And if anyone ever has the opportunity to go down, have a dinner. And the great thing about, I mean, as soon as dinner's over, they're putting an ashtray out. You can light a cigar.
Hospitality is a big deal.
Unbelievable. Great times, really is. Great country.
I gotta go. I gotta go down there. We get Matt. We should plan a trip.
You really should.
Has this come up before during these interviews? Charlie, you should go too. We'll make a trip to the DR and bring Matt's gear along. We got to help him carry it because it's a lot. Then we'll do a little documentary. We've only been invited down like 10 times.
Probably.
Yeah.
You would love it.
Well, part of our thing at Boveda is we relish and appreciate, have massive gratitude for the privilege of being a part of so many stories.
Oh my gosh.
Because all these personalities, all these characters that have made all this sacrifice, done all this work, perfected their craft, become such iconic names in the cigar industry, we've been along for the ride. And that's the way we look at it.
Well, not only that, you've been a huge contributor to make us all have what we need with your product. It's been outstanding. And
well, that was nice.
Well, it's the truth. I mean, the whole staff, you guys are awesome. You really are. And
we're blessed with a great team.
You really are. And all the guys have been outstanding since day one. So supportive. The product's outstanding. I mean, it's just been awesome. As you know, I mean, it's great. I'm sure how long have you been here now?
I'm 9 years as a full timer, and I consulted for a year. So it's about 10 years ago this week that I walked into a store in Minnetonka, Minnesota, and the guy put a Boveda pack in my cigars. I said, "What's that?"
Yep.
And he said, "You'll never recharge your humidor again." Excuse me? He said, "You'll never," and I was tinkering,
Sure,
all the mechanical elements and all that stuff. He said, "You'll never recharge your humidor again." And I'm like, had like a choir of angels experience, a mini spiritual awakening, if you will.
Absolutely.
Which, if you don't understand, don't worry about it. But if you know, you know. So Mike, who was just here today, said, if you want to go downstairs and meet the owners, the office downstairs, Boveda was headquartered in the cavernous, windowless basement of this strip mall where the cigar store was.
What do you know?
And I walked down there at 7:30 in the morning. The only guy in the place was Sean Knutson, the CEO. And he said, "Who are you?" Because he likes his quiet time in the morning. And I told him, and we struck up a conversation, and he was interested in my brother's oldest kid, who's participates in politics.
Yeah.
And then rest is history. We ended up, I got with Boveda to help them with a few little things, and then it just kind of, you know how it is when you work with people that you like.
Yes.
And it's rewarding, and it's not work. So I had that kind of an experience, and I got real involved in the cannabis industry for Boveda. I was going to all sorts of cannabis shows, which is ironic for a guy like me that hasn't smoked any weed since 1984. And if you don't understand that, don't worry about it.
That's all right.
But if you know, you know. So I went into that vertical, and they discovered that I really loved to smoke cigars. So they'd invite me to PCA every year, and then they'd invite me to TPE, and I have a few cigars a week, and it's been, it's just one of those, you just know when it's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's been a real blessing.
And
to
I'm
me.
sure, like everything, just like us, and well, it's been about 7 years conceptually, but 10 years.
It goes so fast.
So fast, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Especially when you love what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so this line, Jake Wyatt, is present. How far have you gotten with this district? How do you do it? How do you get your cigars into the brick and mortar world?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's probably my famous saying over the last couple of years was you gain knowledge through experience, wisdom through bad experience. And early on, we had no idea what was going on. At first PCA we went to, we were completely overwhelmed, absolutely blessed with how much attention we received. But we had no reps. We didn't know about territories. I mean, I didn't know what was going on. And we're selling cigars in, Pennsylvania and California and Colorado, all over the country. And little did we know that, well, you got to support these brands, and you learn quick. So with doing that, representation's so key. It really is. And it's really hard to reproduce yourself, as you know. But then we started growing properly, right? Finding the right connections, and you go through quite a bit. And we've slowly been expanding, but it's a crawl, walk, and run type
Is it
mentality.
all organic sales by your company, or is it through a distributor, or how does it?
We've grown now, so we're in quite a few stores throughout the country. We've launched into Canada. We're looking at some pretty key relationships in Europe right now. At this show, we had a couple meetings, so we've expanded. But again, we're not in a big hurry. Relationships they're just key. And we'd rather grow with the right partners, similar to you guys. I don't need any other humidification. I know I have great relationships. The product's outstanding. I don't even need to go anywhere else, and I know that. Same thing on the cigar side with proper reps, especially the stores. You get out to a lot of these retailers. I mean, it's what we're doing right now. You sit down, you have a cigar, you talk to some people about life, about cigars. Who knows where the conversation may go? And you make some pretty key relationships.
Yeah, we have events at Cigar Jones where the cigar line will come in and we'll bring in food, and Boveda will support the in-store, and all of a sudden you've got 50 or 60 people showing up, and they're buying a special pack that was designated for that night, and maybe there's a T-shirt or a hat or whatever, and all of a sudden that brand that you didn't know about 6 months ago is 3 or 4 facings wide on the middle shelf, which is halfway to heaven. Because the top shelf stuff is all
top shelf.
Top shelf, We don't have a lot of $4 cigars on the top shelf.
Absolutely.
So what is the price range on Jake Wyatt?
So Robustos are about 11, Toros are 12, Gordos are 13. We have some limited editions. We have one in each of our gourmet collection. Those retail at 20. It's a great price point. We try to keep our pricing as competitive as possible. Again, owning the factory really helps with that, especially with a lot of our artisanal accents on the cigars. But it's been a great price point. A lot of people have really enjoyed it. We'll see what happens with a lot of this tariff stuff going on, but hopefully we can keep them right where we need to and make it a win-win for everybody. That's always been our focus.
I'm psyched. I'm psyched to the opportunity to sit down with you. I got a new friend. It's the most remarkable journey.
Yeah.
And we've both been blessed to be on it.
Did you ever meet Maury Wills back in the day?
Nope.
He was a friend of ours as well. And
was he a cigar guy?
He was a little bit, but he's just like you. I mean, he's just a salty. And when was recognized with me in that relationship with him, it was like, no kidding. I mean, it was, of course.
Yeah. No, I had that kind of experience yesterday. I'm like, duh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense now. If you don't understand, don't worry about it. But if you do know, you know.
Yes.
And Neil, I can't thank you enough for taking the time. Thanks for your support of Boveda. Thanks for letting us chronicle your story.
Always. Thank you,
and
guys.
We're going to keep doing it on installments as we go through these PCAs, TPEs, and any other acronym that we do.
Yep.
We'll revisit the story, find out what's new, find out what's exciting, keep tabs on you.
You got it.
And as we're trudging the road to happy destiny, it's a good deal.
It is indeed. And every one of our boxes will have a Boveda in it. That's for sure.
Well, thanks. Jake Wyatt is the name of the company. Neil Garcia is the proprietor. It is Jake Wyatt Cigars. And if you know, you know. If you don't know, look up Jake Wyatt Cigars. Request them at a cigar store near you. Live streaming from PCA in New Orleans. Thank you so much, my friend.
Brother. Thank you, pal. Always.
Right on. That's cool.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. There's no secret handshake. If you know, you know. Right on. You rocking, my brother? So we're live streaming from PCA in New Orleans. It's 2025. Have the pleasure of sitting down with the Elie Bleu, the art behind the Elie Bleu. It's Laurent and Oscar Fouche. Pretty good for a guy that doesn't speak any language besides Minnesotan.
Okay.
How are
that's
you?
Perfect. We are very well. We are fine. Thank you.
Delighted to have you here. So when I walk into Sean's office, Sean is the CEO, founder of Boveda. He has been obsessed with Elie Bleu from a very early time. I don't know how many years you have worked together.
I cannot say, but I think we met probably a minimum 20 years ago.
20 years.
I would say so.
So if you walk into Sean's office, the thing you'll see immediately is our anniversary humidor, which is stunning.
Thank you.
Was that pretty easy to throw together?
No, it has been complicated, of course. It has been complicated because they were very touchy about the color, the blue, the special blue. And this blue was not that easy to get. So I remember that we had, light blue and say, okay, can we use? No. It is not exactly our blue. So we had to go to a special place in order to dye the wood and get this very specific color.
And you had some sense of how much, did he give you a total number or did you give him a resulting total number at the end of the adventure? I mean, do we come to you and say, we would like 25 of these?
Yes, that's what he said. Yeah, that's what he said.
So then you have to have enough materials
yes.
that are properly prepared
yes.
to execute without making a mistake.
That's right.
Because you could ruin something easily if you don't do it right.
Yes. At some time, we have some orders and the product doesn't go through the whole way and we may not finalize and may not deliver the number of pieces asked for. It's not a 100% secured process.
Yeah, exact science. Oscar, if I want to go to Elie Bleu and learn about or look at all the various things that Elie Bleu has in their gallery, what website would I go to?
You could have a look, for example, at eliebleu.com.
So
ELIEBLEU.com.
Okay.
So if you go on this
eliebleu.com.
website, you will have most of the humidor that we have.
Beautiful. So if you want to see this gallery, the breadth of their work, it's very intriguing to have a conversation about it because without show and tell, there are so many beautiful pieces. There are so many unique one-off pieces that are it's just remarkable how beautiful they are. Your name came up today. I was talking to Wyatt, who does the Leaf Master in Dubai and now in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
And he was talking about the kind of markets that can absorb the level of beauty and the expense of the products. So are you finding that more and more of your products go into
the Middle East,
the Emirates or
Emirates? Well, I think the Emirates is already quite of a matured place for high-end humidors. Of course, it's always there's always new players, and we are very careful about it because some boutiques may not be the right ones with the time, and others are arriving on the market. So we are very, touchy about the outlets we are selling to, because of course we need to have someone that is able to present in the right way what we produce. Yes.
What's the most expensive humidor you've ever produced?
That's a good question. I would say that some of our products have become iconic. And today, the 50th anniversary for Cohiba is worth €1 million or $1 million.
For a humidor.
For a humidor. If you have that with the 50 cigars, you will have to spend $1 million to get it.
How many did they produce, or did you produce?
We produced 50 pieces.
50 pieces. And when you bought it, if you were new, back when it came out, what was the investment then?
Probably around 200,000 euro or dollars, I would say.
So 5x.
Yes, 5x.
In how many years?
Less than 10 years.
That's fantastic. I mean, that now we're starting to talk about it's like a collectible.
Yes.
And it's like trading in fine arts.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that we did also the 40th anniversary in 2006. When we launched the piece, we did at that time 100 pieces with 40 cigars. And it was launched at a price of $15,000. At that time, everybody said it is so expensive. Will it be possible to sell that? Because at that time, the cigars were not as expensive as they are today. The market drastically changed in 20 years. It really came to a different level. It's a luxurious product. And at that time, we were expecting whether or not we would sell. It was not so clear. 10 years after, when we did the 50th anniversary, it was already around $150,000.
So 10x in 10 years.
10x. And now, probably it's around $300,000 if you want to get
one. Does it just blow your mind? I mean, does it make you proud? I mean, I would be, what an honor to be valued, the craft to be valued that way.
I cannot say anything more than what you say. Yes, of course. It's incredible. I would not have even imagined that.
How did you, so you're an artist first. Is art or were you a cigar person first? No,
I don't know.
How do you know? How would you know?
I don't know. In fact, it's very strange because it's more about wood crafting what we do more than cigars, because it's to dress up the cigar. It's how to put into majesty the cigar. More than, we are not producing cigars.
No, you're producing vessels.
Vessels, yes.
And elaborate, glorious vessels. I mean, there's nothing. I looked at when our 25th anniversary humidor came, the jaws dropped throughout our company. People are just, I mean, it's beyond our imagination to see what you did with you did things with the logos, and you did things with you have a constellation of a story in art that tells the story about Boveda's evolution as a company, and you have tremendous respect, and Tim and Sean are both fans of everything you do. They just are over the moon excited about everything that you guys have done for us. So
that's nice.
So thank you.
No,
but when I walk into Sean's office, besides the 25th anniversary, there's a number of pieces that I know have to be Elie Bleu. I mean, there's a Padron 50th anniversary box, I believe you made.
Maybe not.
No. No?
No, I don't think so. This one.
Maybe we are working for an anniversary, but
okay.
Yeah, we are.
But I have a feeling whatever you're doing is going to be in there. He just covets those pieces.
Yeah.
Were there any Fuente?
Yes. Yeah.
So
right.
He's got 3 of those.
Yeah. Fuente. Yeah, we did the anniversary.
Yeah,
we
with the burled oak and the. I mean,
Yes.
there's just gorgeous ornamentation.
Yeah. But for when we did the 25th anniversary for Boveda, of course, we used special veneer. We used walnut burl, and this walnut burl is coming from the United States, because the nicest veneer made with walnut burls grows in the state.
Yeah, we had black walnut on our
Exactly.
property in Minnesota. Black walnut's native to
Exactly.
Minnesota.
Yeah.
And it's
Not
a
surprised.
magnificent
It is.
look.
Yeah.
Where do you do the work? Where is the workshop?
The workshop is in Gennevilliers, so in the north of Paris. It's like 20 minutes by car from the center. And it's very nice to have the chance of having such a big, let's say, workshop of around 3,000 square meter with around 40 artisans working on the PCAs. And we are there every single day, and it's always a pleasure to go there.
And it's fun. Did you get into it right away growing up as part of the family, or is that
Yes,
a natural?
so
Running in the workshop.
Exactly,
When it was
yes.
that size.
I'm 31 years old, and so my dad bought the company in 1998, so when I was 4 years old. And at the very beginning, when I was very young, I was going at the workshop and trying to help on the way I could the workers and helping them on the production. It was fun.
So when you were in school, did you naturally just crush everybody in art class? I mean, was that fun?
Yes, of course. I would say. He cannot say yes, but
did you help him with his homework?
No, he was naturally gifted. So.
So there's never a doubt you're involved from the beginning. You're embedded in it now. It's your life. It's part of your.
Yes, I think it was pretty natural since the beginning. I always had in mind that I would do that, and I did like a business school, keeping in mind that I chose to go into luxury as well. My first internships, I went into luxury brands such as Ralph Lauren in London, and then my father called me one day in 2019 and told me, okay, it would be nice if you could join me. It would be nice to help me. And since pretty more than 5 years, I joined the company.
Perfect. So the cigar industry, one of the themes that's been running through all of our interviews, we've done a number of interviews yesterday and today, and one of the themes is there's something special about this industry when it comes to loyalty, respect, confidence in one another, family, a word that comes up regularly, and connection. The whole dynamic of smoking a cigar is one of the comments that was made was, well, this isn't really a cigar. This is a moment spent between friends. And then to further unpack where I'm going with this, it's over and over, people talk about catastrophes like what happened to Abdel Fernandez with his packaging plant fire. The community comes together 3 days after the catastrophe. He's in a new building in production because of the way people rally toward one another and help each other, mentor one another, and come in to reinforce other families. So your experience with regard to that as a family in an industry of your own that's inside this industry, tell me about those experiences with these.
Yes, well, I must say that with the time I've realized that exactly like you said, I mean, it's a very nice industry because people are very, how to say, yes, not only positive, but they are helping each other. And it's really very nice to work there. They are not stabbing each other at every corner. It's really, it's a very nice industry. It's probably one off because it's not so easy. Usually people compete like crazy against each other, and here it's there's no competition. It's, of course, everybody needs to, I would say, make a living certainly, and they have to defend what they do. But it's it's a gentleman way of doing it.
And so much is done on a handshake.
Yes,
there's not
right.
20-page contract with a lawyer, and it's a memorandum of understanding, and let's go.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's fantastic.
Yes, it is. It is for sure.
What percentage of your endeavors are in the cigar industry? Is it 100% cigar industry? Do you have other
No.
verticals or other?
Alors, we have other types of clients because we also work for the watch industry, because we do watch winders, watch boxes. We do also jewelry boxes. We do games. Oscar is really very good at playing backgammon, so we set a new game especially for him. And yes, and chess, and
Oh, you must have magnificent chessboards and backgammon sets.
That's right. It's pretty nice. Even one which is really meant for the cigar lovers, a funny one. So yes, we yes, because in fact that's what we are knowledgeable about is really wood and making boxes of any kind. So we did even boxes for chocolates.
Yeah, and you're exclusively wood and precious metal inlays. And I was with Cyril Brizard,
Yes.
and he's a leather guy.
Exactly.
So, are you connected to Cyril?
Yes, we did work with him.
Yeah.
Because I know him also since ever, and he's French, so of course it's easy to
speak.
To get along. Exactly.
Yeah, I asked him yesterday if he spoke French, and he just lost it. We were reenacting. He did a Chant de l'Amour
Yes.
for Fuente, and there was some question whether the sound
Yes,
was
Chant
good
de
over
l'Amour.
there.
Chaîne de l'amour.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. What he said.
No.
But there was some concern about the audio and whether the unveiling was captured properly. So Matt suggested that we bring it over here and do it again. So as we set up for Cyril to talk about his piece, Carlito was walking by and he saw us, and he, Carlito.
Yes.
He pops in and does his thing, but
yes.
Cyril is so deeply touched by the experience of working with Carlito. It's like mind-blowing
It's true.
experience. Have you been down there?
I've never been down there. Unfortunately, I would really like. And that's probably a place I'd like to visit, and would like to visit the factory. I heard it was just extraordinary.
Does he know that you want to go?
Probably, I don't know.
So would it be appropriate for one of your friends to suggest that he invite you down?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to make that happen, because the description it's a life-changing experience to really understand the amount of love and the amount of passion that is in that town around Carlito's work.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I heard. But yes,
You'll have to go too.
Oh yes,
I
of
would
course.
love to. Yes.
You won't go?
I would love to go.
Oh, you would love to go.
No, yes, for sure. No.
Okay.
Definitely, like all the people that told me about this factory, most of them told me that it was their favorite one, and some told me, okay, I have seen many of them. I expect exactly something, and they told me it was way.
Okay, so we're going to take this clip and we're going to figure out a way to get it to Carlito, and we're not going to tell Laurent right? Okay. So it's just
I
between
didn't
us.
hear anything.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
That's okay. Good things happen for good people. You've been very kind to us.
No, really, no. It's just a pleasure.
It was
Just a
mutual.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you
Same
very
for
much.
you,
Yes.
So you've got to go to ellieblue.com. You've got to look in the gallery and understand if we had a remote camera, we'd come over to your display and go through it. But it is a breathtaking art. It's fine art. It's just absolutely a craft that you've done so much good work in, and
Thank
it's
you.
so inspiring to see it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Really.
it's so good. So I thank you for sitting down with us,
Oh, no, it was a pleasure, really.
and
Thank you
we
for
look forward
inviting
to
us.
more boxes in Sean's office, more adventures. And we'll see what happens with that idea of going to Dominican Republic.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then we probably have to come to France.
Oh yes, I
you
would
should,
like to invite you and visit the workshop, because it's a very special place. That's
Wouldn't
This
that
is
be
an
fun to
invitation,
take a camera? Yeah, we'll bring Matt. Matt's a craftsman himself.
oh, very well. Yes.
Yeah,
Excellent.
it'd be great.
Excellent.
Many thanks.
No,
Many thanks.
Joe, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a
And
great pleasure.
No, it was my pleasure, really.
Laurent and Oscar from Elie Bleu.
Thank you very
Check
much.
it out, ellieblue.com. We're live streaming from the PCA in New Orleans, and we'll be back day 2.
Thank
Right
you.
on. Thank you
Thank you
so much.
No, it was a pleasure.
It was a
Really.
pleasure. Yeah, Sean and Tim just went to get someone ordered. A good picture. Did you get one?
No. It's beautiful. I will love to have Abzaradel.
Did I get it right?
Perfect.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're live streaming from PCA in New Orleans, Louisiana. I have the privilege of sitting down again with a friend who has a cigar company called Platinum Nova. Her name is Leo Abzaradel.
Yes, Drew.
Welcome back.
Thank you for having me back.
Well, you just happen to be a few booths away, but this is cool because if you look up, you can see Leo's picture. She's a part of the Boveda For My Humidor collection. Is a series of Boveda's way of saying thank you for using our packs in your product.
Always.
You've been very kind in that, and we met at PCA.
We met on the PCA I can say 4 years ago.
You were brand new.
2019.
Yeah.
And we are neighbors. I remember that.
Yeah, and I brought Tim over.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you try your first cigars is Legacy from us.
I tasted the Legacy, and it was like lights out.
And from there, our love expanded.
Well, and then, but then you came out with the Leo and the Leo.
We just bring Leo 11, Leo 12. So far now, we have 26 different lines. Each line, one size. Different blends. Like all the time, Drew, I just want people understand. We make different lines because all the cigar lounge are different. The clientele are different. The profile of the cigar is different. I just want to make sure when people order from us, put the correct order for your customer. And of course, the bags coming with Boveda. This means the cigar come in perfect condition.
Wow. Well, Leo, thank you very much. And no, that's very kind of you. Your cigars in general are special across all the lines, though, because my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, your tobacco is aged longer than most of the other cigar tobacco that we experience in a store. You have, there's something special about what you're doing.
That is the truth. To be a boutique company, we have to just make unique blends. The unique blends come with aged tobacco, more time. That is when I talk like that, is the way I see the tobacco industry. Everybody have a great tobaccos around. We want to make sure whatever we put on the table is different. It's a high quality cigar. High quality mean aged tobacco, good tobacco, great blends, and the most important, the customer like.
Yeah.
Because on the end of the day, we never have to forget whatever we made is for our customer, our client, our friend. Yes.
So this is a weird question, but I'm famous for weird questions.
Yeah.
Have you ever had somebody try a cigar and go?
Okay. One day, somebody come to me and she asked me that question in the front of many people. She not asked me that question. She said to me, "Oh, like that. I'm here with Leo. It's like interview like us." I said, I don't like your cigars in the front of everybody. And I said, "Really? Yeah, I don't like your cigar. Okay. I understand if you don't like one of our line of cigar, but we have 26 different lines. You try all of them? No. And why you talk like that in the front of everybody and destroying company's name like that?" That is one of the things make me upset sometimes. I'm not pretend everybody feeling in love with all my cigars, but don't destroy.
I've never tasted one that I didn't like.
But maybe in one point, Drew, you're gonna say, Leo, you know what? This is not my type of blend. That is not my type of cigar, and I'm totally respect that because everybody have different palate. Whatever you like, I don't have to like, Maybe you like a steak, I like a fish, but this don't mean I'm gonna
I like
destroy
steak
two
and
pla-
fish.
You see?
I do.
But that is happen sometimes, and that is the part I still try to understand when the people say, I don't like that company. What is something? I think it's something personal.
Well, and you know how women can be.
Rude.
They can be tough.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, especially on
But
women.
I'm a tough.
Well, you're very tough. You've worked hard. You hustle. I mean, I've watched you, and you know the amount of time I see you putting in, doing in-store events, doing posts on the social media. You work your tail off.
It's important for us not only open accounts, be there to support the retail and educate the consumer. Because on the end of the day, we are in this together. It's not only open accounts. Oh, we open accounts. I'm always try to make sure we travel, we talk with the consumer, and I'm the person. If I have to be behind the table to push the sale, if talk about the cigar, I'm the first one.
Well, and you work all the
and
shows.
nothing is gonna change.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this year, what's new?
Okay. This year, I don't release a new blend, but I release a new package. Nova color. I want everybody know Nova cigar, Nova color. All the boxes we carry before in the good boxes, in the brown boxes.
Yep.
We changed all the boxes, and now if you want to come to our booth, you are more than welcome. All of you can check too. Nova color, all the boxes. We're gonna shine more.
Yeah.
I want it when you just see.
Well, that was really the first time I saw your brand. That eye-catching color.
Now it's more. Like now we want. If you see that, this bottle of water, oh, Nova color. Actually, oh, Nova color. I want people understand this is us. We working with that color, with that passion, with all the cigars. But that is the new for this year. We changed all the presentation to put our feet a little bit more strong with the color to the people looking for Nova color.
You put a lot of passion into this endeavor. I mean, it's really highly respectable the way you show up. You're out there working. You're talking to people. Your energy's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, you've always been just a love, and we're so proud of you to be a part of our collection of the For My Humidor I Choose Boveda.
You know what is the nice part, Drew? When you support people, support and believe in you from the beginning.
Yeah.
That is the reason I think we sit right now together.
Well, you know what
and
that
that
legacy
is a beautiful
did?
part.
I grabbed that legacy and I was just like, bob her down. It was that box press legacy. Yeah. And I brought Tim over.
Yes.
I remember the picture of us in the booth.
Yes.
It was so fun.
Yes.
It's an experience.
It is. It is like that is a beauty from this industry. Put people together. Sometimes I just, when I have the opportunity, besides what you like to smoke, the passion of the cigar, the respect for the cigar, the respect for the another company, because it's not about competition. It's not about who made the best cigar. Everybody made great cigars.
Yeah.
We have many companies with beautiful cigars. You just have to just share the moment, share the cigar,
Share the moment.
start the conversation, have a beautiful time, and everything starts there.
Yeah, it's great. It's so lovely of you to take a minute and sit with us and give us that beautiful commercial drop endorsing Boveda. That was sweet.
Boveda, believe me, not only in the boxes, if you shipping product all over, put Boveda. It's going to be the best for you and for everyone. I love Boveda, and I love the team of Boveda.
You are so awesome. That's Leo. That's the way she is all the time. She wakes up like that in the morning. I just know it. She's up there just happy and excited and passionate about her craft. It's been a treat to be your friend. Thank you for being mine.
Mwah,
Yeah.
mwah,
Cheers.
mwah.
Cheers. Give me some. Nice job, honey.
Bye.
has ever done. He did Pete and I at the same time. I know that sounds kind of weird, but he did interviewed Pete and I. We just kind of like we're going down memory lane about a bunch of different stuff that Pete and I got involved with in the industry, and it was fun. Had a good time. What's he doing now?
That's kind of your genesis story, and that's been chronicled at Boveda, and it's part of it's one of the more watched videos in our portfolio of videos. You've been so ridiculously consistent about putting out really, I mean, I'm saying this earnestly. I'm not just sucking up to John Huber. This is John Huber from Crown Heads. We're live streaming from
We're on.
PCA
Oh,
2025. We're just going to talk about the interview.
Yeah.
Pretend we're not even on. Let people eavesdrop.
That's the best interview, man.
Yeah.
Just having a conversation with this big giant mic in my face.
The ridiculous.
Yeah, it's all natural.
The ridiculous attention to detail, commitment to quality. I mean, I've had the privilege of talking to a bunch of people following Rob's footsteps and doing interviews with people. This industry is so wonderful.
It is.
And there's so many great personalities, lovely people, kind-hearted, interesting, passionate.
Very
and
much
you're
so.
like, you're like this. Crown Heads is Crown Heads stands out from a quality perspective in my mind.
Thank you. It's nice to hear so.
I spend a lot of time at Cigar Jones in Minnetonka, Minnesota.
Okay.
It's a store that's carried a bunch of your sticks over the years. The Four Kicks, the Jericho Hill that I brought up to you earlier.
Yep.
And I'm a little biased because before I knew who you were or really about your line, I knew Brian.
Okay.
And Brian he's a Chattanooga guy.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a really fun guy to have a cigar with. He's a tall drink
You
of
have
water.
to tell him I said hello because I haven't heard from him in eons. But that's
But he was such a fan, and it was like, okay, well, if Vanderwerf loves the guy, I'm going to check it out,
Okay.
right? So I started trying the different things that were made available from Crown Heads, and that La Carême that you're discontinuing, unfortunately, that is that being discontinued because it's hard to get that tobacco?
Yeah, that's part of it. Actually, we've been very inconsistent with the supply of broadleaf from that particular factory. But we just looked at our portfolio about a year ago and said, we got to a certain point, but we kept hitting that plateau. How are we going to get to the next level? And so we figured, let's rationalize the portfolio from an analytical business standpoint, and then hyper focus on the brands that we feel have the greatest potential. And then let's repackage, redesign, rebrand those brands. And by the end of 25, we should have a decent footprint going forward. That's really the long story short.
So if I'm introducing a guy or a gal to Crown Heads today, where do I start?
People say, what cigar would you recommend? And it's like saying, who's your favorite kid? You know what I mean? And that's kind of a hard question to answer. But I would probably say for whether you're a beginning smoker or you've been smoking for years, Mil Diaz is probably the most approachable.
Great cigar.
It is a great cigar. It's the most approachable blend in the portfolio in that it's mild to medium enough that it's not going to be knocking you over your head. It's not aggressive, but it's got enough flavor, nuance, cream, sweet that, even a seasoned smoker would appreciate it. So Mil Diaz is a good jumping off point. And then from there, we've got everything in the portfolio from all the way up to like full body, like La Imperiosa is heavier, stout. It's just like wine, you start off with maybe a Chardonnay, then you go to a, Pinot, and then you go to, next thing you know, you're doing Bordeaux's and Zins and heavier stuff. I use that analogy, even though I don't drink wine anymore, but it's a good analogy to use because everybody's palate evolves and you look for things that are more fruit forward, so to speak.
Yeah, the Mil Diaz is one of JP's faves, and he's always got them. I end up mooching a lot of Mil Diaz off of JP.
It's done really well for us. Ironically, that brand is the only brand in our portfolio where we did not introduce it at this trade show. we came up with Mil Diaz. We started working on it in 17, finalized it in 20, and then COVID hit. And we were like, okay, we've got this thing that we think is pretty good. How do we get it out there? So I think September, October, we did these little mini trade shows across the country, everybody wearing a mask or whatever, with like Rocky, Christian, and a few other guys. And so we just went town to town, just handing them out basically. And then the brand really just grew organically to the point where it became one of our top selling brands.
So when you, I mean, I can go back and watch the video over again in the history, Boveda's history channel of these interviews. But in a nutshell, how long, why did this happen? What was the genesis story in brief about how you got into this? What were you before? And how did this passion?
Before premium cigars?
Yeah.
Oh God. I've been doing it half my life, really. I mean, it's the only thing I know how to do. Gosh, you know, you go way back. I lived in LA, and when I was in LA, I was in the fitness industry, ironically. And I was a private trainer at the Sports Club LA. Got burned out on the whole LA lifestyle. I originally moved to LA to go to college. I went to USC. Anyway, had an opportunity to move to Nashville. Came out to Nashville, and I got to a point where I had these really lousy jobs. Like I was doing temp jobs, and I was like doing these things where like it was so boring. I'd go to the bathroom and I'd go to a stall and fall asleep for half an hour. They would never know I was gone. You know, just horrible. I always say like you don't appreciate what you have until you have something really bad. And even when I was in LA, I was doing stuff like telemarketing dog shampoo, you know, with a bunch of actors and screenwriters. So I've had the bad experience. So now I feel very fortunate to do what I love for a living. The way I got into the business is I had moved out to Nashville, and by accident, I was looking for a gift for my father. I was going back to California for the holidays, and I was like, what's a good guy's gift? And I was driving by a shop called Uptown Smoke Shop in Nashville. It's no longer there. And I said, cigars, that's kind of a cool thing. So I went in, completely like didn't know what I was getting. Somebody took me by the hand and said, okay, let me help you out, blah, 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 blah. You get the Dominican selection, you do this, whatever. Took the cigars back to California, smoked them with my father, came back out, got a copy of Cigar Aficionado magazine, and I was hooked. So from that point, I would literally get the magazine, take the ratings, and go to the same smoke shop. So do you have this Fonseca 550? No, we're sold out. Okay. Do you have this? Do you have this? I would buy 2 or 3 cigars a week. Smoke them, make the tasting notes and everything. And I got so far down the rabbit hole, I'm like, this is what I want to do.
So you were starting to note what a wrapper, what a filler, what a binder was from the get-go.
Yeah.
Like understanding what the ingredients are at your favorite restaurant.
But you have to remember, back then there was no social media, there was no websites, there was no online, there's no YouTube. So your Bible was Cigar Aficionado
What
magazine.
year would that be?
God, that was 95, 6, something like that.
Wow. Okay.
You couldn't slide into somebody's DMs and say, hey, you know, I'm a big fan of your cigars or something like that. There was none of that. And so when I decided this is what I want to do, I went back to that cigar shop, said, hey, I'd love to work for you guys. Nope. I'd go to some other cigar. No, I couldn't get arrested, literally, for $7 an hour. So I started writing letters. I took this magazine, I'd find a company's address, and I would, on a word processor, type a letter, put it in the mail, old school. And I got turned down by everybody that even responded to me. And most people didn't respond, but even Gordon Mott, the senior editor at CA, I pitched myself as the Southeastern correspondent. I was just oblivious. I'm trying everything.
That's a great come on though.
Oh, hey, I'm like, you know, if you don't ask, you don't get.
Right.
So I'm like, hey, I'll love your magazine. I can be your Southeastern correspondent, blah, blah, blah. No, but he wrote me a very nice thank you no letter, which is great, which is cool. And then the last ad in that magazine was a company called CAO International, 830 Kendall Drive, Nashville, Tennessee. And I'm like, Nashville, I'm here already. I'm like,
you can go knock on the door.
You know, serendipitous. So I sent a letter. First I called and said, who's the owner's name?
This is the old CAO.
This is the old CAO, and they were just getting off the ground. They hadn't even really, I think they just might have had CAO Black at the time. And ironically, in that little tasting note journal I kept, it was like one of the worst cigars I ever smoked. And I remember writing that. I'm like, this is putrid, it's acrid, it's da-da-da-da-da, all this stuff. So anyway, I found Jono's name. I pitched him, sent him a letter, heard nothing for 4 months. And then one day I get a phone call on my answering machine, and I'm like, who is this guy? And it was Jono. So I called him back, and he says, I really don't have an opening. I'm just starting this business, but I could use somebody in shipping. I'm like, I'll be the best shipping manager you ever had, man. That's what I do. And I'm like, I'm just bullshitting the whole thing. So I go, I meet him, I interview, I come back for a second interview, and I said, look, just pay me what I'm making now. Just take a chance on me. I'll work my butt off for you. And I think at the time my salary was like $25,000 or something like that. And so we started, and I was a shipping manager for 5 months. In between all that, I was like finding ways to promote the company on my own. Like there was a radio station called KDF, rock format. And one day I'm listening to it, and they're saying, we're giving away 2 tickets to a closed circuit prize fight and a box of cigars. And I was like, ding, opportunity.
Box of cigars.
Box of cigars. I called the radio station, and I just said, where are you getting these cigars? And they're like, we don't know. We just thought it'd be a cool guy's gift.
It is a cool gift.
Right?
With
so
boxing, yeah.
Yeah, so listen, I got a proposition for you. I will get a $200 box of cigars.
Just give me
you.
mentions.
Just give me mentions. Just plug the company.
Solid.
And I did it. And then I parlayed that, and I said, listen, now that you got some interest in these cigars, why don't we do a little like Q&A thing? I'll be your drive time cigar guy once a week. I did that for about a month.
Fun.
Before I even went to work. Before I was at 7 o'clock, I'd go tape it, and I'd come in. So I got this little audition cassette tape now on cassette. I come in one day and I play it for Jono, the owner of CAO. And he's listening. He's like, this guy's really good. We should hire him. I'm like, it's me. And he's like, really? I was like, yeah, this is me. This is what I. And he said, great.
Never mind. It's you. Forget about it.
No. To the opposite. He goes, okay, you're now the director of promotions and public relations, and you're fired from your shipping job. You are terrible at shipping. And so that was it. And then from there, I just kept riding the train. I just kept promoting the company and became part of the ground floor of CAO. And then that was 96. I started in April. And then by 2007, they sold the company to Henry Winterman's. So it was a quick ride.
But you get advanced courses in all aspects because you're paying attention.
Yeah. I learned the business like on the job training, literally.
Did you get to go to Dominican or to go to Nicaragua or any of that
Not right out the gate. So I started in April of 96. In July of 96, I was shoved off to the RTDA show, which was this version. And I'm seeing Carlito Fuente, I'm seeing Padron Sr., I'm seeing Ernesto Perez Carrillo, like all these guys I read about in the magazines.
And you've got data on these guys in your notebook.
Yeah. And I'm like, these are the guys in the magazine, and I'm seeing guys from Cigar Aficionado, and I was just like, I was blown away. I was like overwhelmed. And our booth that year was right across from Cigar Aficionado magazine, and they had a big presence back then, really big. There was one guy that everybody was trying to get to, and his name was George Brightman. And he was one of the top dogs at CA at the time. I noticed that everybody was trying to get 5 minutes with this guy. So when that couch that he was on was vacant, I walked over to the box of cigars. I'm like, Mr. Brightman, my name is John Huber. I'm with CAO Cigars. Struck up a conversation. That guy became like one of my mentors in the business. He really taught me a lot. To this day, I still keep in touch.
And what was his claim to fame? He was
like one of the editorial staff, but he really knew everybody. Like George, when the whole like Mondavi Fuente lawsuit came over Opus X versus Opus One, he was like referred to in the documents as like the Pope. According to the Pope, that was his name they gave him in the transcripts, and it was George, because George he was a conduit to everybody. Like he knew anybody and everybody.
When you quickly discover in this industry that everybody is deeply connected, there's just we've talked about what's the theme for 2025, and over and over and over again in these interviews it comes out: connection, family, camaraderie, commitment to each other, an unusual level of deference. Like, yeah, they compete for space on retail shelves, but in the grand scheme of things, when the fan gets hit with the detritus at Abdel's plant, and there's a catastrophe, all of a sudden there's a mobilization and an attitude about we're all in this together. There's a camaraderie here that's unlike any industry I've ever been around.
Very well put. And it's absolutely true. I look at guys that I came up with, like Pete Johnson or Dion or Nicholas at Foundation, and I don't look at them as competition per se. They're like my brothers. It's more like a fraternity feel on this side of it. We're all good friends. We get on. There's no bad guys in this business.
And if somebody's kind of a dick,
Mhm.
it's almost a self-correcting problem. It's like you don't really withstand. I mean, it's like people don't come after you and go, "Oh, I mean, they didn't do this to me. You're a dick. You're out."
Right.
They're just kind of like, and then you just slowly
fade away.
You freeze out.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. No, I mean, I owe a lot to a lot of people in the business, you know, to obviously to Jono for giving me my start. You know, Pete Johnson and I are good friends. He was instrumental in getting me into my father factory. To this day, I owe Pete a lot.
Well, and he's also a wonderful
he's a great guy.
story.
Yes.
About the happenstance of being in the right place at the right time and having a relationship, you know, the tattoo. And
that's how we became friends. We were at that same trade show I referenced in '96, which was in Cincinnati. I had not this many tattoos, but I had some tattoos. And back then, nobody had tattoos, especially visible tattoos. Now it's like every barista is like sleeved out and everything, you know. But back then, it was like you were a rebel. So I see this guy walking by with a sleeve of tattoos, and it was just kind of what's up kind of thing. And started talking. He's like, yeah, I run the Grand Havana room in LA. And I'm like, oh, shoot, I used to live in LA, and became fast friends. And then I saw what he did with Tatuaje in 03, and I was still with CAO, and we just kind of came up together, you know.
Well, and you see people like that, or you see people like the experience that Nick Melillo had at Drew Estate.
Yeah.
And the way they built that, and then how he goes and starts Foundation, and it's inspiring.
It is. I remember like having dinner with Nicholas and Esteli when he was still with Drew, and it was just a great guy to talk to. We just became friends right off the bat. And then when I saw what he did with Foundation, I'm like, big fan, huge fan of what he's done.
Well, he's a humble genius. I mean, he
is.
would blanch at that if you said it to him, but it's like he's just such a real guy.
He's the nicest guy.
Yeah.
And a great, intelligent. He used to work at the Vatican, and he's got a great life experience. And
what I love is he starts out in a retail store.
Yeah.
And then he goes through he's from Connecticut, so he gets into all the Connecticut river, the loam and the sand and the this and the that and he's a bit of a scientist in that regard. But then it's like, no, then I'm going to go on this odyssey and find myself.
Yeah.
So he's off wandering around in India
Right.
and Nepal and whatever, and Ethiopia, and then I'm really intrigued with the origins of man. You know,
Yeah.
it's like, who is this guy?
He's an interesting cat.
Yeah.
He really is.
But it's
he's
not.
the nicest
You
guy,
can
too.
find that. I mean, and you're an interesting cat. I mean, I'm grateful for the opportunity to sit with you.
Likewise.
I know Sean and Tim have been fans from the get-go. You must have met them right away at the shows.
We go way back. I can't even remember when I met them for the first time. But I watched the success of Boveda blow up, and I'm just like, man, I couldn't be happier for them. Two great guys.
Well, and our whole deal, and we've said it repeatedly in these interviews, we get to tell other people's stories.
Mm-hmm.
That's why this is so much fun, because there's a lot of personalities, there's a lot of brands, and we're along for the ride. You know, we provide a certain something that hopefully keeps the way you want it at the factory to be the way it is when it gets to the end of the supply chain. If we can accomplish that, you know, right on.
Yep.
But to tell the story, and I sat this morning with Enrique Cejas.
Okay.
And had a picture of his dad, who was one of the early Forma Humidor, Jose Cejas, who just passed in November.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to have the picture of his dad here and talk to him about the cigar that honors his dad.
Mm.
And it's like, it's so deeply human.
Yeah. There's
And-
definitely an emotional element to it as well, you know. I mean, the whole thing that attracted me to cigars was almost the agricultural aspect of it. Like what I after a lot of soul searching for myself, I found like what I'm gravitating towards are things that are made by hand, that aren't made by machines, that have an art and a history and a romance to it. Like I thought it would be the wine industry at one point. And then when I started to take tours of wineries in Northern California, it was like, oh, they're using machines and, people aren't stamping on the grapes like I thought they. And then when I started to get down the rabbit hole of cigars, I'm like, this is like pretty much it. That from seed to the shelf, all of these people are involved, and it's all done by hand. And you can't get AI to make you a cigar. You know what I mean? It's all human, and it's that whole planting, harvesting, cultivating, processing, fermentation, all of that. I just fell in love with it.
And then understanding the impact that your industry has on a community. Like if you understand how important it is in the Dominican Republic or Nicaragua, and understanding how many families get to eat.
Yeah.
It's pretty inspiring.
It is. That's a whole different level to it. But for me, it's always just been just the romance of something that's done the same way as it always has been since hundreds of years ago. So I love it. I mean, there's nothing else I can imagine doing. And like I said, AI can never make a cigar. AI can probably do a lot of things, but you can't sort Seco, Viso, Ligero by touch with AI. But people do that down there at the factories, and it blows me away.
So are you physically touching, tasting, managing that whole process on these creations?
No, I'm not at the factories as often as I wish I could be by any stretch of the imagination. I'm at the point now where I know my way around varietals, where I have a jumping off point, and then I'll suggest, okay, what if we change out this Viso for Ligero? Let's see what that does, that kind of a thing. But if you put 3 leaves in front of me, I can't tell you which is Seco, Viso, Ligero. Like somebody else, oh yeah, boom, boom, boom. That's, I'm not that guy. I can't roll you a cigar, but I can validate a blend. I can have an idea of what I want to come to fruition. And I'm just fortunate that I'm partnered with the right companies that are great at bringing that idea to reality. So, I mean, I'm so blessed to work with the Garcias, with Ernesto Perez Carrillo. I mean, those two are Hall of Fame right there. Then you've got Naxa with Gustavo Cura, and then you've got Tacanixa with Horacio Pichardo, a Cuban expat. Those are some of the most talented people that will forget more about tobacco than I will ever learn. I always use the analogy, like if I have a toothache, I'm not going to try to pull my tooth. I'm going to go to the dentist.
That's right.
So if I want to make a great cigar, I'm going to go to a great cigar maker and say, hey, I have an idea. Let's try this.
So the latest release from Crown Heads is
Broadway. Crown Heads Broadway, which is what I'm smoking right now. It's a play on broadleaf way. And it's also a tribute to our hometown of Nashville. Lower Broadway has become like a destination of sorts for tourists around the world. Everybody comes to Broadway. So it's a little bit play on both of those, but it's Connecticut broadleaf wrapper. It's a jalapa binder. And then the filler is from 3 different regions of Nicaragua: Ometepe, Jalapa, Esteli. 3 different sizes. It's made at Naxa. And it's part of the unveiling of a new brand for us, to a new branding, I should say, where we're going to have this very Crown Head central focus on that brand, where you have a different logo, like a CH logo, then you have the Crown Heads name, then you have the brand name. So now we've got a template that kind of unifies everything together, because before I was creating all these different brands, but on a shelf space, nothing really brought them together and said Crown Heads. The idea being by the end of 25, we'll have a footprint in a retail store where like, oh, there's the Crown Head section. So kind of next levels us a little bit in terms of branding.
When you say that, I think about the way it's set up at the store I hang out at, and your brands are actually in different places.
There you go.
On the shelf.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and I did that, intentionally when I set out to create Crown Heads. I wanted to create Crown Heads as like the band, and then the different albums would sound different.
Yeah.
So I wanted the creative latitude to just create different projects. The unfortunate part is it doesn't translate financially to a retail space, because you need a footprint. When you go into a store, you say, oh, that's the Perdomo section, that's the My Father section, that's the Ashton section. And those are successful brands.
Yeah, it's interesting because all the tatuajes are together.
Yeah.
All the olivas are together.
Mm-hmm.
And the fuetes are in a room by themselves.
Right.
I mean, it's a trip to walk through and understand. And I have parts of the humidor that I don't even look at.
That's probably the part we were in at one point, I'm sure.
No, you've been in the mix. I've been a fan. I mean, the Jericho Hill in particular. I never bought the La Creme at retail because Sean always had them.
Yeah, I sent him some.
So I mooched Sean's. I smoked probably half of what you sent him.
We keep each other on scholarship. He sends me enough Bovedas to keep us going, and then I send him cigars. So it's a nice trade-off.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a privilege to talk to you. I want to ask you to think about something.
Sure.
And they probably talked to you about this. You're not a part of this.
No, I'm not. I feel unfortunate that I'm left off of this wall of fame here, but then again, I'm not these guys.
Yeah, but you're John Huber. You belong on this wall. I mean, two things I want you to think about. On behalf of Boveda, you're cordially invited to, if you haven't been invited 100 times already, which I know you may be BSing me.
No, I'm not.
You've never been invited. No,
hit
you
me
belong,
with the pitch.
You belong on this wall.
What do I have to do to get on the wall?
No, I got it.
Okay.
Okay, that's cool. But the other thing I'd like you to think about is when we do this again, you have people that you love in this industry. And I told Nick this yesterday. I said, dude, if you want to sit down with Abdel and have a chat and talk about riffing on what matters to you guys, that's profoundly interesting to the people that we serve. And if you want to have a buddy or two and sit around the table,
that'd be a blast.
And have and not have it. It's not. I think the greatest asset that the people in this industry have is their authenticity and their love for each other.
Yeah.
And to be able to let that story roll on this format is
great.
Really cool for us. And it'd be really fun, almost therapeutic, half hour, 45 minutes, hour, depending. You could have people come and go. You could change on the fly.
I think that's a great idea.
I think it'd be fun. It would be
like a round table, just kind of.
Well, and then what we'll do in the future, we'll have a couple of monitors out there, so people that are 10 to 15, no more than 15 feet away, can hear this conversation. Because like Charlie can't even hear what we're talking about right now, but Matt does because he's got the headphones on. But if we had you reflecting on what matters to you and having these conversations with people you care about, not that you don't care about me, but we hardly even know each other.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's just a really cool dynamic that I would love to see become, because this is an important piece of what we provide people.
Yeah.
It's a look into the personality and the mix of what's available. I talked at length with Ricardo Carioni about the Cigar Academy that he's worked on, trying to give people some minimal understandings about things that are second nature to people that are around the industry. I think that could really help people enkindle their passion about this cool thing that we do when we get to sit and smoke and
I think it's a great idea.
Hang out.
I think it's fabulous. I've done similar things like on Zooms.
Yeah.
You know, but it's not the same as just having that interaction. And
what's really cool is that we're sitting around a bunch of leather chairs and we got a little food going. We have Sean and Tim in the mix.
How do we make it happen?
Wouldn't that, like a round table?
Next year, just
let's figure it out.
Schedule it. Let's get like me, Nick, Pete, whatever. Maybe one of the cigar makers, get Ernesto or somebody or whatever.
It'd be really fun.
I think it'd be a blast. We should do that. That's a great idea.
We can do that, and it's the kind of thing where people walk away going, "That was like the coolest thing that happened at the show."
Yeah. Well, I remember when Rob did the interview with Pete and I, people were like standing around watching and listening, and you know, because it's one thing to talk to one guy, but when you see the interaction between two other guys who you think are like competitors or something, but you realize that they're like more like brothers, it's like it's a cool thing.
It's fun.
Yeah,
it's fun. It's been a privilege for me to talk to you.
Likewise. I've enjoyed it.
Thank you for everything you've done for Boveda over the years.
Likewise.
And I'll look forward to the next time.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the time.
And I'll say
absolute pleasure.
I got to get a picture with you so I can send it to Brian Vanderwerf.
Absolutely. Hello, Brian. Appreciate it, man.
Live streaming from PCA in New Orleans. That's pretty much the end of day 2 for us. John Huber from Crown Heads. We're grateful. Thanks, everybody.